Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Not Work. Not Work is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Not Work app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the VESL Cash Money Duo Cup featuring Fortnite. I'm your host, Life with Panda, joined by none other than Ben K_live. You know this guy right over here. We're going to have a lot of fun here live in the studio. You know, listen, Fortnite obviously has a special place in both of our hearts, right? We do tend to lean towards the Fortnite shows, but when VESL comes together with Fortnite, nothing is better. So I'm super excited to get into an incredible 12-game, 2-day format. And from what I'm hearing, they're taking inspiration from the FNCS Global Championships. That's the format they're looking to copy here for the weekend. And that was an exciting format, Ben.
No, I mean, of course. How could you not? Of course. We're hot off the tails of the Global Championships. So how could you not? A little bit of an homage to the format. It's a famous one, right? 2 days, 6 games each days with a 1.5x multiplier in day number 2. A lot of people don't fully understand how impactful that can be. And I think once we actually get into games, we'll start to elaborate. We'll see who the front runners are and who's going to be able to maybe it's a day 1 team, maybe it's a day 2 team. There's so many different things to take into account, but that 1.5x format means nobody is down and out until the end of all 12 games, the end of Championship Sunday.
No, I mean, look, that's what makes it more exciting, right? Nobody, like, let's say we have the next Peterbot in this lobby today, right?
We could.
They win 6 games. Tomorrow, somebody else wins 6 games. There's still a chance. Point 1.5 times points is a serious comeback mechanic. So I'm excited to see how that's going to go. But we have lots to discuss, lots to talk about. But of course, what maybe some of you all at home are wondering, if you couldn't see behind us, is this sweet prize pool. What everybody is competing for. Yes, you guessed it, $3,000 on the line for these incredible North Carolina students, all competing in a really stacked lobby. Now, you don't know, and you may see this now, this is day 2 of 3. And the first day was a qualifying day. So we had a ton of teams come together, compete, and the best 40 duos progressed onto the weekend. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see how this breaks down. And I will say another note, I did love what VESL decided to do with 40 teams, leaving a little bit more room on the map for loot, because you know as well as I do, this chapter's map has not been kind for 100 teams.
No, not at all, of course, right? I mean, the main impact that we've seen is Storm Surge throughout the entire chapter for the most part, right? With the map being a bit larger, there's a lot more space for players to kind of mess around with, as well as some very aggressive elevation spots throughout the map, some big, very tall mountains, some statues as well. I mean, there's different places to play, so teams are being spread out a little bit more. So if you're able to loot quickly, move towards center zone, it should allow for a little bit more space for these players to establish themselves and focus more on their game plan rather than kind of struggling or scrambling in these mid-game engagements. So a lot more calculated gameplay across the board. So these players will really be able to showcase what they're bringing to the table.
No, I couldn't agree more. And look, this is the best of North Carolina, folks. And you will recognize some players in this one, i.e., we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I was gonna start name dropping, but no, you'll see it live in the bus or coming off the bus. So it's gonna be really exciting to get into the games today. Now, I will say one thing that has been incredible across the board. If you don't know, and this is maybe your first time tuning into a VESL broadcast, number 1, welcome. Number 2, VESL's making an incredible impact across the state of North Carolina, bringing opportunities not only in esports but in STEM education in the form of VESL, which is the Varsity Esports and STEM League. And we do tons of incredible things here with this organization, helping build up the students of North Carolina, or the high school students of North Carolina. Now, part of that is obviously these one-off incredible events like the Duo Cup here featuring Fortnite, but we also have the VESL Yearly Cup coming up here. We're just a few weeks out from the start of the VESL Yearly Cup, and this thing is insane. One large prize pool at the end, distributed to the best teams across 2 seasons of VESL play. So it is really sick to see, and it really breaks down to that one full school year, like who is the best of the best throughout. I'm pumped. I know some of the team behind the scenes is pumped. I know some of the boys, Reed, Vaudable, Spider, have been working on this, and it's going to be really sick to see that come to life, and see you all compete in it here in North Carolina. And so great opportunities to come. Make sure to keep an eye on socials and the YouTube channel for all of that incredible stuff, because all the information coming up for the Yearly Cup and more will be posted in those 2 locations. Make sure to follow us, VESL, VESL.gg or VESLGG on all socials. Now, one thing we have to cover, right, before we get into the games, we are currently in a Marvel-esque season, right?
You could say that.
It is a very good time to play Fortnite, if I'm being honest. It's probably my favorite season of the chapter. But with everything else going on, they just included something else that I believe we're going to see active today for the first time in what is 2 competitive years, 2 full competitive years.
It's been a while. It's been a little while. Yeah,
Siphon is back. No, was it removed? It was removed right before Globals last year, right?
Just before.
I think it was it removed?
We've had at least a full year.
They played it in they played it in Globals, but this full competitive year, no Siphon. They are bringing it back, and it is in trial mode, which we will get to see live in the tournament modes today. So that's super exciting. I can't wait to see what Siphon looks like, especially in this ecosystem. It is a little different, if I'm not mistaken. They're starting it out with 40 HP shield heal instead of 50, and they're going to keep testing it and changing it up throughout the week. So that'll be fun. We'll definitely keep a close eye on that. But lots of good stuff going into the games today. Now, here's the thing, Ben, my guy. You've been a part of the Fortnite field, right? The Fortnite community for so long. What is one of your favorite things about the Fortnite community and how it's impacting the overall gaming space today?
I mean, Fortnite has paved the way for years, right? I mean, of course, Fortnite and specifically certain influencers, Ninja, of course, but like showing and really breaking gaming into the mainstream entertainment industry, right? It showed my parents, for one, it showed hundreds of thousands of kids' parents that, hey, gaming is something that should be taken seriously. It's something that's going to be an ever-present piece of our lives and in our lives for years to come. And Fortnite especially has continued to innovate year after year after year with the most recent additions of things like UEFN. We see competitive Fortnite being constantly reinvested into with this 4-year deal for FNCS. And then now we're seeing things like VESL, right? Coming into the space, reinvesting not just into competitive Fortnite, but into the youth, right? Building up that new generation of competitors and innovators in and outside of gaming, right? Not just in esports itself, but also in STEM fields, right? I mean, me being a part of the community for so long and gaming itself, I started off in STEM. I was in a STEM academy when I was in high school, and I did robotics, and I started going to college to be an engineer, and now I've pivoted into gaming because both of these kind of grow together and the skills transfer across in so many different ways.
They intersect, right?
Absolutely.
And I think it's funny that you mentioned that because that is actually really important. One of the big components to what VESL is the STEM component. And STEM, for those that don't understand at home, is the community of people and folks that come together with incredible skills in different sectors. So thinking like engineering, right? Game design, entrepreneurship. STEM is so much bigger than most people think it is, right? Because obviously you could break down the acronym for STEM.
Yes, science, technology, engineering, and math. And if you look into like what that actually means, it's a part of everybody's life and every single factor. The room that you're standing in is built by engineers, by architects, by people like that, right? The TV that you're watching this on the screen or iPhone or whatever it is that you're watching this broadcast on, somebody had to make it. Somebody had to design the software. So every single piece of it is built by critical thinkers and innovators, which have hobbies just like the rest of us. And if gaming's at your hobby, you're still building those same skills to critically innovate, learn how to perform at the highest level in anything that you do. And these players today are going to be trying to do that on the island.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get into it. I know you all at home can't wait to get into it. We are just moments away from getting the battle bus loaded and getting into game number 1. But before we get into that first game, I will say this. We got to start off with some zone predictions and talk about where the map is right now. Because the map, obviously...
Ever shifting,
man. And this thing is genuinely been the most chaotic map
that's fair to
in
say.
Competitive history.
That's fair to say.
Just because of the lack of mobility and loot and other things that have been incorporated throughout the entire chapter. What do you think has been... the best piece that we've seen from this map, the worst piece we've seen from this map, and also what's your first zone prediction for the day?
Yeah, I think some of the best pieces we've seen is obviously we went through a couple of seasons on this map, on this version of it at least, where we didn't have a lot of movement. And I think one of the biggest innovations that we've seen, that kind of an original mobility system that we've seen, is with the addition of the underworld, right? You have the river Styx, you have the actual dashes that you can get your hands on, which, although pieces of it have been shifted around with the raft making its way in, right? And it may not be as readily available as we've seen in seasons past. It's still a major part of the gameplay loop, and I think has done a lot for the way that players actually approach these endgame scenarios and the way that they reserve their utility and are very calculated with when they use it. So I like that kind of as a facet and a skill to develop, right? And I think as like seasons go on, players have built out this repertoire of skills that they have available, right? And I think this is something new that players kind of rose to the occasion. As far as like the worst part of this map, it's got to be that top left corner, man. It's pretty boring. I mean, as we get into games, if you're not familiar, up there in the top left corner. Not really much to be found. A lot of woods, a lot of nothing.
Yeah.
And we'll see. So obviously not going to be my first zone prediction. I really don't want to see any of these end games move up towards that top left corner. But it's always going to be one of my favorites. Those mountain zones, man. Olympus, it's got a coal over there. They're always going to yield some of the most exciting end games.
I agree. The elevation points over there by Olympus would definitely yield some of those exciting moments. But, and I say this with a little bit of, let's say, zest. I wanted to pull as far away from the medallions as possible.
That's fair.
Anything that gives a player a significant advantage, I want the zone to be far, far, far away. What do you think is the most powerful thing in the game right now?
I mean, you know exactly what I'm going to say. I mean, we just watched Global Championships. We just watched Peterbot with the most dominating run in a world stage competition to date. The GOAT right now.
Insane.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like, no doubt about it, the greatest player on the planet right now.
Oh, yeah.
And part of the reasons why he was able to perform so well on the global stage this year at the World Championships was due to this medallion, right? Is it 15 seconds? Or even if you drop it to your teammate, basically every couple of seconds you get a charge that will emit a radius around your character that scans players no matter where they are, and will put a little red dot and a little outline around where they are, so you cannot hide from these players, especially in duos where you have such a solo clutch potential.
Yeah.
It shuts down those runs so quickly, especially in end games. It's easy to find refreshes. It's easy to find those solo players that you can W key to get those impact frags. It is just so valuable to have, and it's really just broken, honestly.
No, I agree. I look, it is definitely going to be a sight to see. We'll see how it impacts the games today. But I think, to be fair, I think it's going to be a little different of a scenario, because people knew not to mess with Peterbot and let him get his medallion and then basically do his thing because they respected him as a fighter.
Yeah.
I don't think we get that today. I think multiple people go for it, and we'll see if a team can capture it and then try to make the most of the spot. But with a 2-day format, like, you basically have 1 day to ego the spot, the second day to maintain it, right? And that point in that, or 1.5 times points in the second day, that's where all the excitement's going to come from. But again, we're getting this battle bus loaded and ready to go and getting you into this first game. But chat, let me hear your thoughts. What are some things that you're excited about in the Fortnite season going on right now? Now, one thing I will say, Mr. Ben, you have an extensive background in engineering. You worked even with one of the biggest like government contractors in the world. I won't name the name.
Yeah.
But talk to us about your engineering experience and what that impact you had just in your short time working on that through college. The impact you had in general.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for me personally, I worked in aerospace, so airplanes themselves, a little bit similar to the battle bus, not quite exactly similar. Of course, I think the engineering, the actual way the physics work are a little bit different, but we can go into a little bit more after this first game, of course, because I want to lock in. I want to make sure we have a good idea of which players are going to be showing out here in game number 1, because we got $3,000 on the line, and these players are not messing around.
Oh, yeah. We got Monk and his teammate Alex Barnett to start off the day here in Restored Reels. We got to talk about it, right? The shotgun meta has been an interesting one. You've had quite the plethora of changes coming to the shotgun that I don't think anybody anticipated. What is your favorite shotgun in this current chapter?
I mean, it's got to be this one, right? The triple shot. If you can get yourself that drum mag on top of it, it's just so powerful. It's similar to the back of the day, the way you would approach using attack, but this one is obviously going to be packing a little bit more of a punch. So it has to be the favorite for me with the way the assault rifles and SMGs are set up this season as well. With the addition of this burst assault rifle, it is just such a powerful asset to continue to have those shotgun shots to follow up, because if you're not gonna hit that one pump, you still want to make sure you have some rounds to follow up with.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Gatekeeper by far, number one. I love the re-edition of the burst. If you don't know, or if you know anything about the Panda history when it comes to Fortnite, I played a lot, and I mean a lot of Fortnite from release day till probably about a year and a half ago. And when I say a lot, I mean I played every single day. Like, there was not a single day that I missed playing Fortnite, right? The Gatekeeper shotgun is by far one of the most balanced and personal favorite shotguns ever added to the game. It has good utility. It has good damage. The tack, like, it has that tack style fire rate, but it doesn't hold as many shots as a tack did. Like, there's so many like wins to the shotgun itself. It really feels like the best of all worlds that we've seen across the years of Fortnite that we've had.
No, absolutely. And it's continued to stay in for most, if not all of this chapter, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, obviously a fan favorite for Epic to keep it in the game throughout the entirety of the chapter, with us having a new chapter coming up quickly. So to see it still here in this season is great to see, as well as this new addition, this hip fire shotgun. Of course, a little bit more of a wider range and a slower fire rate, but still a little bit more wieldable than the Gatekeeper, in my opinion. Still packs a punch, which is nice, but not quite exactly going to be my weapon of choice to pick them up. The Monk and Alex Barnett here set up well. Finding some flow berries, that utility early on will help out as we move through this game. Again, not a lot of mobility in this season. We talked about it just a little bit during the pre-show. So flow berries, finding them early, allowing you to rotate away and find some of these early engagements, just like we do have here. We have Kizlock, Tokyo, looking top down now, just spraying, trying to put some pressure on. Make these players down below get uncomfortable. Again, you want to get that storm surge figured out early on, but firing back, a little bit of a crack and some splashes to heal back up, so things will slow down.
As it slows, they look to strike, look to take the opportunity by force. You see the shots coming in, the constant pressure here from Marvel Tokyo. He realizes that they can't have unlimited material, right? But in his mind, he's like, what's going to run out first? Is it going to be my ammo or your builds? Considering how early it is in the game, it's more likely that those builds are going to run out. So now they're taking a moment. Going to go ahead and back off for the build fight. It looks like the other team potentially was going to build out and decided, nah, maybe that's not the play for me. Ooh, big shot comes through, though. Marvel Tokyo now attacking on the run. This player left by himself ends up coning off Tokyo, so putting him in a less than advantageous position. Now, though, Tokyo's got no material. He's going to need to get to his teammate if he wants to win this fight and keep it moving. But speaking of moving, we already see VazForce in the elimination feed, one of the top players here in the VESL community. VazForce is not only a #1 player, but a force to be reckoned with.
And Tokyo and Kaiser, they're just going to rotate away here. Again, no materials in Marvel's Tokyo's inventory, so a good choice there to take that damage and move away, find a little more of a calmer side. They're on the edge, kind of on that dead side of zone, so they won't have to really worry about teams rotating in from behind them. They can keep the water at their back and only worry about what's directly in front of them. VazForce, of course, up above now, top the cliffs. Will take this right side of this side of zone to try and position themselves away from these engagements. Shots are still ringing out, so they know at least some of these players are looking for early game eliminations, and they are not equipped to deal with that kind of aggression.
Yep. Now we keep a close eye on this team as they continue to get pressured there from the distance. Not a lot of material to work with means they really need to be on their toes here for this one. But no, this is not looking good. This team's going to push in. Marvel Tokyo now having to use what little material he has left to continue this fight. And it is VazForce and his duo on the aggressive side. But there goes Marvel's Tokyo. VazForce then immediately takes out the teammate. And wait, VazForce ended up going down there.
That leaves that in a 2v1 situation for Olaf to clean it up. VazForce now looking for the res. 4 eliminations in total for this duo already. They have the Mythic AR. You know what that means, Panda? They're going to have their hands on the medallion as well.
It's the Emma Frost Striker Burst AR. That thing, oh man, I could go on and on. That thing is so insanely powerful. If the World Cup days were introduced with that weapon, I guarantee you I would have qualified.
Oh, you think so?
Solos, duos, didn't matter. I'm telling you, my burst aim is by far my best attribute in Fortnite, and it's not even close. And it's funny because I would literally run like pump, shotgun, burst.
Yeah.
That's the setup I'd run. No SMG, no spray AR. Like I wasn't about like spraying into the box. I was more methodical with the way that I did things. But if I had an Emma Frost striker burst assault rifle back in my day, I 100% would be Booga right now.
When you have that much ammo, there's really no reason to worry about jumping into the box. So just use that burst, trail those shots ahead, and line it up nicely. We have Sinister Void and Scissor here trying to rotate out. 2 eliminations, so they did find that duo off spawn. And a couple of extra points to throw into their goodie bag. Hitting those launch pads over top of some of those mountains to the north gives them a great spot here to travel a long way to make towards this center zone. Move back towards this gas station, maybe find a little of extra metal. You can cap it off just a little bit, but again, we talked about how that lower player count is going to help these players move towards the center of the zone more. So it gives them more opportunities to choose their fights rather than being forced to fight the player in front of them.
Yeah, this is good. This is definitely a good spot here for the bag work duo of Luke and Sam as they take on a great fight. It does look like Sam actually opting to back up a little bit, realizes Luke may have been a little too aggressive for one's good, right? And now Luke has gone down, so it's all going to be up to Sam. Can Sam hold it down here up against Scissor and Void? And let me tell you what, we watched Void here earlier in the year, and boy, oh boy, did he not disappoint. That man shreds. So this duo is going to be a force to be reckoned with. So we'll keep a close eye on them. But for now, Sam able to disengage and fight for another day.
Say it's so early on in the game with only third zone now revealing itself. So plenty of time to collect that reboot card later on, assuming you don't get ambushed by the Nitro Dome duo. Was just now rotating out, just in front, scrims, but Vax4 wants a piece of this, so leaving the solo of the bagwork duo in the distance, but kind of just forced here to be in an uncomfortable situation, sandwiched between 2 fights. Vax4 sending shots over with the burst assault rifle, taking one down, wants to try and close it out quickly, straight into the box now, trying to look to control some of these walls to get some shots onto this player who continues to look to try and scramble and get away. The balloons are popped, but it's not going to be enough. Vax4 and Olaf finding their 6th elimination.
Okay, who's going to stop him, right? That's the question I think that's on everybody's mind is you're in this lobby and you look at the elimination feed and all you see is Olaf and Vax4 constantly taking names, and that's just a beautiful start here for the team. However, it's not over yet. They still got a long ways to play, and with a 2-day format, this is not going to be an easy one to run away with. So, for now, we chalk it up to a good start. Let's see if they can remain consistent.
They really do have themselves set up well here. I like the way that they are holding on to this aggression, right? They take the fights as they come. They're not forcing them. They're not dumping their fizz to try and use some of these nitro rings to travel around the map into uncomfortable situations. They're only taking the fights that make sense, which are the players that are in the way of their rotation. They have a position in mind that they're trying to push for, and if anyone comes in front of them, they'll try and take them out. But Mince and Flix playing a little bit more passively on the other end. Notice some duos in the distance popping their own fizz to try and get ahead on this rotate. Cut them off just a little bit. Being outside of the zone, not a long way to go, but a little bit of adversaries located ahead. Pop some of those flow berries. Again, keeping this low grab effect on so they can try and peek over the hills, make sure there's nobody lurking around. Again, almost a completely unlooted POI, so some extra loot, fill in those spots that they are missing in their loadouts, and they can continue to move into the zone.
Game continues on as we see some incredible pieces come together. It does appear... let's see. It does appear that there's going to be one maybe 2 teams coming up in Reckless Railways. It could be a problem here for WrestleFlex and Men's GG or Reflex. You know, hard to tell, but we can talk about branding another day. And so we'll have to take a moment and see how this plays out here for the team. Doesn't look like they have a ton to work with. They're doing what they can for now, but not a ton to work with as of yet. So we'll see how this continues on here. Oh, good play here from Mailbox. Doing the old Clicks classic.
The reboot in zone.
Just staying in zone.
Oh, you're saying the reboot in zone, the shots fired are real. But again, so many players really do look at zone as something they need to be scared of, especially in North America. So to see these players adapting so well and using the zone to their advantage, you do have a lot of time in zone that you can take advantage of before you actually have to make in. You start to have storm sickness issues or start to run out of whites. There's a good spread of natural loot located on this map that you can find. So you don't really have to worry about whites too much, especially if you're near the underworld, right? You have the river Styx that is down here. So you have that passive mobility that you can continue to recycle, stay deep in this zone, get that reboot off, get your teammate back into the fight. So you can try and make every game count. Of course, a 12-game format across 2 days with a 1.5x multiplier gives you a lot of time. If you do go down early in one game, if you do lose that off-spawn fight, it's not a huge deal. You can come back from that. But again, first game, you want to come out hot. You want to make sure that those vibes stay high to start off the competition strong.
Well, you don't have to wait much longer because the vibes are high because Bagwork Luke has made his way back into the game. One thing I didn't think was possible is that Sam was going to be able to get Luke back into this one, especially with the hold that VASForce had on the zone there. But he was able to slip back in, grab the card, and keep it moving. I'm impressed.
You do see Olaf fall in the elimination feed, however. Being VASForce's teammate could cause some problems. This duo racking up early eliminations, but again, controlled aggression is the key here. Trash is good with a big step of Rens here, trying to move through this zone. 3 eliminations in inventory. Again, I predicted it to a certain degree, not exactly on point, but Mount Olympus is just on the edge of this zone. Almost a battleground zone, more like. So being that bottom corner of the map will leave a lot of elevation change still, which I was excited to see here. But some players in the distance, some big shots and big beams onto Beamins. This team is pushing them away just a little bit. So we'll get a look on both sides of the script here. They'll get a hold of this bunker, able to use some of that gold to their ability, get those ideal attachments in effect. It's going into the end game. You want to make sure you do have that drum mag, right? That gatekeeper is very powerful with 3 shells, but you know what's better than 3? 5 or 6. So why not go ahead and use up that gold while you have it? Because as the zone gets smaller and smaller, you're not going to have that opportunity.
What's better than 3? 4. that was good. I respect it. No, listen, we I will say this: we are in zone number 5. We are just moments away from the end game here, and as the numbers continue to dwindle down, it raises the question: who is the next Clicks of Fortnite? Is that person in this lobby right now? Can they break through the mold and barriers to become the greatest Fortnite entertainer in the world?
It's possible. Start today by winning this competition, and we'll go from there. But again,
you win an event, it gets you a PC. You get the PC, all of a sudden, bam, you start winning more events. Then you get yourself a camera. You start talking to the camera. And the rest is history.
Cycle from there. Keep building and building. Invest in yourself and continue to develop your skills in and outside of the game so you can put something together for the long term.
You know what I'm feeling? There's a flame. A charged one at that here in the lobby. And that's going to be not Million Arc, as Million Arc and Astro rotate around here as Void and his teammate going to get into this one. Looks like they were able to get one of the knocks. That's going to be great. Oh, man, it's poor Luke. Luke, my guy.
Struggling.
I know, this is unfortunate, but Great to see the flare guns back in. I actually didn't realize they had made their return. It's good to see here in the meta. I believe that will actually have a pretty key impact on the weekend. So we'll keep an eye out on how often these players are utilizing this beautiful, beautiful item here in the game. But for now, we take a swing over and check out what's going on here across the map. I'm curious what we have here from some of these other teams.
Say Sinister Void is looking to try and take some damage on these players in the sky. But again, that flare gun is so powerful. We spoke about the capabilities that the coin can have and that it can reveal players and scan. Flare gun does the exact same thing. So in theory, if used appropriately, if you use those charges when you're supposed to be, it can act in the exact same way to help you find those refreshes in the later game, find those solo players so they can't hide from you, and try and milk out those placement points. You can get those impact frags, find those refreshes, because now we're moving into the back half of the game. And this is where it'll become very important to reserve your resources, make sure you're using them when you're supposed to be, and not burning them when you're not supposed to be.
You know what's very important, Ben? Signing up right now for all things VESL. Go ahead and check out myvesl.org for your chance to join in on all the fun and excitement going on. While the season registration is closed, we still have incredible events like the Yearly Cup that will host multiple game titles and bring together, through the culmination of fun and exciting opportunities, a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for some North Carolina teams. Now, back to the games here as Void and his teammate doing a little edit course action as he rotates on to find the next teammate. Will he be able to find another team? It does look like, wow, Sam is still in this one, Ben.
Holding on strong. Trash is good, and Ren's here in a great position to keep forcing these players to get uncomfortable. That lobby focus, that spray with zone on their back. And VAS4 still in it with 10 eliminations in total across the duo, getting Olaf back into the mix. Still holding onto that coin, still holding onto that mythic assault rifle, and still putting pressure on this lobby with Mints in the back of this zone. Pressuring on again. Time to pop the med kit. And easy pickings here as that zone starts to do some serious damage. Will leave this player on low HP and not able to make it out. Trash is good, finding that last shot and that elimination. However, we'll flip the script straight into another box, and a solo will fall, giving Scissors another elimination. 8 and 5. Holy smokes.
Wow. This team is on fire, and they continue to find more eliminations. Ben, I mean, we're looking at this, right? We're looking at the same fights. I don't know if anybody can stop this team.
To find that amount of eliminations, 13 in that short amount of time this early on, is no small feat. You have to take them seriously. Consider them front-running competitors. To find that many players in a lobby like this is difficult to do, but to stay in the game and still looking to be in optimum condition to win is an entire other thing. But we still have 13 players left. We still have a couple more zones to go. And Zach still trying to stay in this game. They have a nice little base going for them up on the high ground. A great look over this lobby. I like the way they're playing this, though. Build up, show your presence in this lobby, and then look down below. Try and plot out your next rotate so you can move as soon as the next zone will form. Ren's, Trash is good. Again, that same mindset, right? They're moving around these hills to find themselves a position out of sight from these teams that have been established early on, which gives them great positioning to save those mats.
Playing this one out. The big dogs from above. As I thought for sure we were going to see Astro and them shoot down onto Renz and Co. But ultimately, you know what? Sometimes the decisions we think as casters are going to be made happen to be the decisions that are not made. And so that was a perfect example of that. But still a lot of game left here to play as the zones are moving around here. Going to make it harder and harder for these teams to stay alive in this one. As Scissors connects quite a few shots, it does look like he was able to hold it down for a little bit without taking damage. But as I was saying, that ends up taking some damage here. Playing on the back foot. now deciding to get back with the teammate, playing around some armored walls here. What are your thoughts on armored walls, Ben?
You know, it can help out players just like in a situation like this. If you do get lobby focused, they're great utility items to buy you that time to pop those minis, pop that med kit, do whatever you got to do to disengage. However, it does slow things down, which is we miss out on fights just like this, where you're swinging around corners, taking shots left and right, defeat, finding the knock on a one, but now it's a 1v1 situation, losing the teammate in the process. Defeat, caddy corner walls, player under the cone. It's that teammate that was looking for the opportunity to be res, but there's no time. Zone's already moving, and Zach is lurking ahead with the refresh, but one player in zone, defeat on such low HP, but so many materials just burying this player down below, making sure they have no room to get a shot on target, which Defeat will use this time to pop that med kit. Again, elevated well, but a team will take the high ground from them. That's going to be VESL Force.
Wow, here it is, folks. It is two teams that we've seen popping off here in this competition. It's going to be Olaf and VESL Force versus Void and Scissor. These two teams have put in some serious work here in game number one, and it does not slow down as we go into the final zones.
Olaf and VESL Force with dominating pressure on this lobby. Top down situation as they hold the high ground and continue to pressure on. They'll pop the fizz. They'll move towards the front side of this zone. They invested a lot of materials to take that positioning, so now they can hold on to them. They can use that fizz to jump ahead and then build back up on top of a tarp that's already better established. And you see this, the passing back and forth of the medallion. They're continuing to get those scans. They know exactly where this entire lobby is, which makes these fights easy.
Yep, we definitely know what team they VOD reviewed before this, but honestly, as this progresses on, it truly is just a masterclass of how to play the game, and they are firing on all cylinders. They are rocking on all axles. They have their wheels greased and ready to go. This team feels like so far they can do no wrong, and nothing is going to stop them to win this game.
And it's pulling over water, so most of these duos burning materials left and right. VESL Force and Olaf doing a great job staying above the mid-ground tarp. They only have to hold up one layer, but they'll be chopped out. The fizz is popped, and Olaf finds a position on the front side, but they'll lose the high ground. Now they're forced onto mid with not many materials left, as a team on the front end of this zone will take high ground from them. So do they look for a retake? Do they look to try and hold the low ground? They have to make this decision quickly, because you can't just play this medium anymore.
Well, Olaf makes the right decision, immediately has to get into the fight here and try to turn it around. Olaf does find one. Wait, Olaf finds two? And that might be the refresh him and VESL Force need to regain control in this game. But that's the mistake. That's what happens when you make mistakes. When there's high-level players in the lobby, they will be there to take over and strike. So the story continues to be told as Void and Scissor on the high ground, spraying down from above, nailing Olaf with some serious shots there. That's going to be Olaf going down, leaving VESL Force as a solo player. And here it is, the 2v2. Technically a 2v1 because VESL Force's teammate is knocked in this one. But VESL Force has a healthy amount of material. What they're going to need to do is exactly what Void's doing now. He needs to drop down. They need to force to fight. It's a 2v1. They should have every advantage. But VESL Force says, no, I don't want to let it happen, but it doesn't matter, because when it's two incredible players versus one, you just can't beat it. Congratulations. What a phenomenal game number one, Ben.
No, I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything better, right? We saw those aggressive zones, right? The difficult ones. These players were put to the test off the rip in game number one, pulling max distance to the bottom of this map, forcing players landing to the north side to really make sure they held on to their mats, as well as the ending, pulling over water. It's going to be difficult. It's just textbook Fortnite, though. That's really all we saw.
We have to talk about it, right? So Void and Scissor, throughout the entire game, they played it perfectly.
Yeah.
It's just like a perfect pot of spaghetti, right? You got the right noodles, you got the good sauce, you got a little bit of ground beef in the sauce, and then you top it with Parmesan. That's like the perfect blend of how you win a game, and they handled it like basically perfection. There were a few mistakes, let's be honest, but basically like perfection from start to finish. You love to see it, but don't go anywhere. We have to go to a quick break, but once we get back, we'll have some more Fortnite action waiting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh, and the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with in the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200. This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
I know what gamers would want from it. Instead of these giant corporations that think they know what gamers want. I am a gamer. I know exactly what they want. My name is Xavier Lewis. I've always loved games, and I've been playing them ever since I was a kid. So I submitted this essay on VESL about my passion. These guys hooked me up. I got pulled out of class. I have my own gaming PC, my whole setup right here for me. It's my first time having a decent gaming PC. I do have one at home, but it cannot run anything. So I've been struggling with that. I've been struggling with game development because of that. You know, you need performance and optimization. I've only been in VESL for this semester. I've just learned about it, and I'm finally getting acclimated to everything. I'm in a Discord, all the announcements, all the tournaments and games they got. They love my ideas, and they're willing to put forward with. They really go all the way with it.
Overall picture of where you want to go, you want to be the game developer.
I do.
In a perfect world, tell me what your company would look like.
Anybody can submit any ideas. It's full transparency. You tell us exactly what you want from the game, how you want to play. You're the one playing it. We're the ones making it for you. I really appreciate the opportunity. I really do.
My in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Brett High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Brett as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U. And I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly will defend them, get them to a game number 5. They have to get this set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Mup Kippo. and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school, pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lighting. 3 lightings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Mr. Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. Dude, the Cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player, being recognized for your skill and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well, but nah, that's it. He's gonna be sent into the
prize money. Really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, I definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club, and from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene, so I'm looking forward to being a participant in that, not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing against and very confident against.
I were to answer the question, who am I excited to fight? Someone who adapts, shows me new things that I didn't know about the game, makes me change my perspective on Smash in general, and I guess to sum it up in one word, I'm looking for a challenge.
My name is...
It's like, oh yeah, we got Adobe Flash and that's it. You want World of Warcraft? No, but we can probably give you Wizard 101. But I'm excited because they've been talking to me about the STEM projects, and this can run Unreal Engine 5. Dante White, and I grew up in a forest mostly. For about the first 8 years of my life, we lived in what we called it the bottom because the entire area was encroached by trees. We had a lot of natural growing things there, berries, tomatoes, lettuce. It was good. So I was outside a lot for most of my early life. The first time I really got into using electronics and stuff like that, my brother got a PlayStation 2 with him and his uncle. And then like at school, we would go on like computer lab, and that's when I started getting into like the Flash stuff around the 2010s, 2015, Newgrounds. And I liked it, I really did. I've been here for about, I guess, a month because I joined like when they came for the launch room and introduced everyone. And I participated in a tournament. I had fun. It was my first time doing something like esports related instead of just watching on TV. I really like music as a hobby. I've been trying to make music, and I think I could use this to use better software because the GPU won't overheat and then explode in my face. I'm thinking about going to college to get an engineer's degree, start building robotics and stuff like that, maybe get into AI. They're really supportive, they're trying to help out, and they really want to get people there. And they make you feel included. It's a really outgoing community, and I think VESL's doing a great job of being good to new people and old people. You have a good platform for people who are like probably busy or doing other stuff because it is just hop in, talk, play, and hop out.
Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle of the century is happening now here in the VESL Duo Cup featuring Fortnite, and Game 1 has shown us exactly what to expect this weekend, and that is a Peterborough and Pollo level of domination coming out of two incredible players in Void and Co. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on them over the weekend, but the action doesn't stop. We've only gotten one game under the belt out of 12. So remember, we still have lots of action to go here through this two-day event. Ben, what were some highlight moments going out of game number 1?
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it just after the game, right? That entire end game was pretty textbook, top to bottom, how you would expect it. We saw established low ground, established mid ground, and established high ground for a majority of that entire end game. High ground, caught lacking, wasn't over front side. They stayed over mid ground. Mid ground was just waiting for Height to do that exact thing. Yeah. Went straight into Storm. Easy take from them when they tried to jump towards the front. It's textbook take. It's easy, right? You have to stay on the front side of zone if you're high ground, or if mid ground isn't tarping out like they've been, you need to look down and spray because they're plotting something.
Well, and here's the thing. Vasforce and Olaf had the high ground. They didn't secure it properly. That's how it got taken. And like ultimately it just kind of disrupted the flow for them. Yeah. They are still a phenomenal team, but it does make me curious who's going to be able to come out on top, because they are two powerhouse teams. It's basically like watching Clicks and Veno go head-to-head against Peterborough and Pollo.
No, I mean, it's pretty close, right? Of course, both of these teams finding that double-digit elimination point, which is no small feat, while at the same time, both of them fully stacked, going into moving zones. Yeah. All it is simple changes, right? You need to change that gameplay slightly. You need to make sure that, hey, this is the team that we need to be looking for in endgame, right? It's like, there's another team that's going to be fully stacked, finding plenty of these mid-game eliminations. Yeah. So if you can find that squad, that's the team that you need to be spraying at. That's the team you need to be looking for, cutting off their rotations. Because if you can play into that, it's easy pickings for the rest of the day.
That it is, and we cannot wait to get into the next game as the battle bus is loaded, ready to go. And real quick, happy birthday to Fortnite.
Yeah, 7 years. 7 years of Fortnite is pretty crazy to think about. We've been here all the way back since, oh my gosh, 2017, 2016, which is such a long time. Most of the players today, I don't even want to think about how old these players were back at the beginning of this game.
For real.
It's a mainstay in esports, in gaming. Historically, I mean, it's going to be around for such a long time, and this is the new generation of competitors. Right?
You know what's crazy to think about? Like, genuinely, I was thinking about this the other day when I initially saw that the 7th anniversary was coming. I played Fortnite every single day for 5 years. And then we've collectively played Fortnite for 14 years, right? Isn't that nuts to think about how long this game has been around? And it's so funny because we often, like, time kind of just flies by, and we often like sit here and we're like, oh, it's still a growing esport, it's still a growing esport. But 7 years, like, and the peak this year has been the peak of like viewership and interaction in the globals and stuff. Like, it was a very, very massive event in scale. And so it makes you wonder, when do we stop saying, oh, we're a growing esport, and the world starts acknowledging that, Fortnite is the esport?
I mean, it's that stigma surrounded around it, right? Of course, today, some younger competitors, but you look at like the average age of some of these competitors on a global scale now, it's 17 going on 18 years old for the best in the world right now. So these players today, which this gameplay is impressive in itself, have a lot of room to grow. And people like to disrespect that because so many people like to give competition a shot at such a young age when it comes to Fortnite. They think it's a kid's game, but it's like, guys, the best here, 18 years old. Like, these players have a lot of growing to do, and we've been watching them every step of the way. A lot of times, the best players in the world, we've been watching since they were young, and now they've developed into the greatest players of all time, and this could be the next generation right here that we're watching.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of events like this. You obviously have VESL supporting the state of North Carolina and supporting the high school students here from the state, right? In a way that no one else is doing here in the academic space. But the future is just so bright for these students. We could truly be watching the next Peterbot, the next Venno, the next Queasy unfolding right in front of us.
And with North Carolina offering these opportunities, there's not a lot of places you can find opportunities like this at this age, right? So taking advantage of it, making it to the finals of an event just like this is exactly what you need to be doing if you want to try and compete in Fortnite. But we'll get a look now at the Castle of Doom, one of the newest additions as far as drop spots go in competition. But I think we'll give it justice, right? Here's the top left corner of the map that I was kind of making fun of a little bit at the start of the show. Rebels Roost. But we seem to have a contested drop spot here. We've seen this before. And it goes the way of I Miss Ramadan and Zach. Doing a great job to clean it up there and find those 2 eliminations.
Well, he got mailed back to the lobby. You get it? Because his name is Mailbox?
Yeah.
I was just making sure you got it.
Yeah, I got you.
You know you didn't laugh. That hurts.
No, it hurt me too.
But not as much as the pain of a burst, a striker AR hitting some serious shots there onto Prem Aviator as he's going to go ahead and take a moment to heal up, and the fight continues on. Of course, who do we see here? It's Void. It's his teammate getting straight into the box. Scissor also doing quite a bit of damage there in that fight. And oh my gosh, obliterated. What are we talking about? That's some pro level aim right there.
Say, I see the vision, right? Pop the balloon, silent getaway. Slow, but silent. The problem is when you have players like Void who have that kind of awareness, you're just not going to be able to sneak away. You need to drop into old builds. You need to get into the POI to try and sneak away. Not going to work this time, but make those adjustments. We've still got 10 more games after this across the next 2 days.
Yeah, you got to make those adjustments. Go get them energized. Get ready to go here. Nice defeat in Red Death. Both living in the underworld. Definitely an interesting name to be landing. Underworld. I respect it. But Vast Force does find another one. That's going to be 3 for the team here. And we're only in the first few minutes of the game. So is this a sign of a comeback here in the making? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But if Void and Scissor don't make the end game, Vast Force and his teammate just might fill that void.
And they are so quick to make it off spawn as well. They go straight into the vault. They grab that medallion and the mythic, and they're immediately out. They're going to fight these teams on edge zone, which a lot of players, that's the mistake they made, right? They make the mistake of keying center zone, which leaves you vulnerable to getting third party. If you go and push some of these main POIs like Reckless Railways, there's so many other drop spots around you with teams trying to rotate in. You end up getting shot and not being able to clean out fights quickly, while Void and Olaf, these 2 different duos that we've seen show out so far this competition, they're fighting and keying onto the edge of the island. They're pushing these smaller drop spots where duos that like to play a little bit more passively land, because they can easily capitalize on them.
Yeah, looking at the way that this is set up here, I'm kind of excited. 250 Aim knows what he's doing, man. Shout out 250 Aim. Go check him out on TikTok. He's hitting the hardest montages North Carolina has ever seen.
Ooh.
But not hitting the hardest shots until I said that with the Monarch pistol. This thing is actually quite impressive. Like, of course, Thomas HD with this bad boy during Globals weekend was definitely a sight to see. But what do you think of the Monarch pistol?
I mean, it's a very powerful asset, right? You look at these players' loadouts, they're not substituting an AR for the Monarch pistol, but in itself, it's a sniper, right? You can hip fire rate, it's hitting those big chunks of damage, especially if you're looking at fighting multiple opponents at the same time. It's easy to turn, hit one shot, and then look at another player, so you don't have to fully engage to hit those big damage shots. You can get the numbers on the board, hit one shot, and then move on to the next.
And move on to the next we do as Void and Scissor find another elimination here to continue the fight on. I am loving what I'm seeing from this team, and it's just genuinely electric every time we tune in.
Non-stop. Go, go, go for this duo. Again, another mythic. The shotgun in inventory. Scissor and Void. They're still pushing, keeping zone at their back, close by, to fight these teams trying to move along the edge of this zone. Using these fizzes early on, they figure, hey, if we're going to be fighting, because we're winning most of these engagements, then we might as well go ahead and use our utility, like our Flowberry Fizz, in hopes that the teams that we find eliminations on will have them themselves. So we don't have to worry about saving onto it, right? If you have the mats, you have the utility, use it now if you're that confident you're going to win the fights.
You're confident you can win, but can you take home the prize? Listen, the aggression in the mid game, while it's exciting for us to watch here at home, it's not always the best play for your duo. So this is the Panda tip of game number 2. When you're taking mid-game fights, make sure you have the advantage before you engage. If you go in too soon, or you go in without giving any damage to the opposing players, you sacrifice a huge advantage, ultimately putting yourself in an uncomfortable spot. Make sure you connect some shots, just like Void did there. Now back to the game.
The green light is there. Now Void sees red in his eyes. Wants to try and get in the face of this player just in front. They're covering up well, using those materials to avoid some of these third-party shots. Scissors takes a lot of damage. The crack is there. It's going to be Alex that's up top of these builds. No teams behind them, so not having to worry about players rotating in, but the adversaries in front of them, Void, players you need to take seriously, and I think they're fully aware of that at this point, as they trade shots back and forth, doing a great job to equalize. Neither duo wanting to commit to this. And again, there really hasn't been a reason to. Both these players respecting each other, both duos respecting each other, so they can continue throughout this game while having to all in and finding themselves back in the lobby earlier than they'd like.
Yeah, it's definitely not the situation they want to find themselves in. As Alex Barnett go into the fight here, it's going to be Void and his duo and Scissor right inside the building. Barnett, though, going to go ahead and knock on the roof. Knock, knock, who's there? It's Alex trying to get into the box. Can he get in, though? Misses a few edits, connects a few shots, but nothing truly getting him into the fight in a comfortable way. His teammate, though, ends up falling in the box. Maybe a mistake in the making, as Alex is not there with him. Fortunately, though, it does look like his teammate in Merc is going to be able to heal up for just a moment. Finding a different angle, though, is Alex, but no, he got put into a blender. He's boxed up and sent home straight through UPS. Go ahead and enjoy the lobby. That's a tough way to find yourself back there, but that's just how it goes sometimes.
That's next day shipping. That's no hesitation right there. Immediately, they brought the aggression to them, and they ended up turning the tide just like that. You drop on the wrong wall, they're gonna get the full box just like that. That's why you want to use a ramp. That's why you want to use a cone. Something you can control inside of that piece, so you don't get full box. However, Shocker and Goose finding 2 eliminations. Close call, in fact, low HP. Healing back up just outside of the Nitro Drome. They'll rotate in a couple meters they have left. And then from there, look to find a spot inside this zone. They need some loot upgrades, though. Not liking that common shotgun. Not going to really bode well for the rest of this game. However, the backpack, the turret, a great utility item. Not just for the fact that it can lock onto players and deal some decent damage, but it actually can lock onto players through walls, through bushes, through builds. So if there's a player close by that might be trying to sneak around, it'll actually reveal exactly where they are.
You know what it revealed to me? That we need more of that in the game.
Oh, yeah?
I think it's time. Let's give everyone a medallion.
I mean, everyone's got themselves the flare gun. Basically operates in the same way, but just talking about this duo, how they were set up well, but Olaf and Vaz Force decided, I think you'd better suit in my elimination count, as they are going to make their way up to 9 at this point in the game. Not even halfway through the zones, only zone 4. starting to close here soon, and they're already at 9 eliminations.
Yeah, but we have Yaz and Exceed Valk over here. Does look like a phenomenal duo. Maybe they will exceed past the competition here. Ben, hey, listen, when it comes to making big money, Exceed knows how to do it. That is for sure. Signed, sealed, delivered. Could be a great future here for Yaz in Valk, but we'll have to wait and see as it plays out here. Definitely a decent position here. Looking around, scouting, looking for the right info and intel to keep this game pressing forward. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find much of anything. Let's go ahead and take a moment of silence for those med kits out of that vending machine. We hope they fight another day here as Yaz continues on. He's going to go ahead and get some great resources here on the edge here. Remember, this is zone number 4. This is a midpoint there for them to kind of get in position and figure out their next steps here for the end game. But back over to TikTok 250 AIM. Again, check my boy out, 250 AIM. Best montages in North Carolina. Right there. Here is playing with his teammate and Sturt B. Find themselves in my favorite POI, Reckless Railways. The reason this is actually my favorite POI is the first place I landed in the beginning of the chapter with my boy Ben K.
Great spot.
True story.
Essentially located. Used to have the old bosses there. You can find those medallions, those mythic weaponry. But now we see the Kings of the Crown, Vastforce and Olaf. We saw 250 aim with that Monarch pistol. We talk about the X factor that brings to duos and how you can turn tides instantly. They find that headshot, 250 aim, the elimination out of the front runners in this competition.
I can't believe it. What are we seeing here as these players that we expect to do well falling short of expectations?
What are you gonna do? The Monarch pistol in the hands of 250 aim. He's not gonna miss those shots. They're not gonna miss those shots. Do you see the shots coming your way? That Monarch pistol, you have to respect it because it doesn't take much. One shot, you hit somebody in the head, and just like that, you're either immediately knocked or under 50 HP, and at that point, you're immediately on the defensive.
You know what you have to do? You gotta turn that frown upside down. Turn that defense into offense, baby. Send it. Fight harder, fight better, and win the game. That's the key to success here in Fortnite. If you don't know, all you need to do to be the best is just win, Forehead.
Just build.
Yep, just build. As you can see there, we see some metal walls being built. You didn't really, when I asked you about the metal walls earlier, you didn't really elaborate on your full thoughts, I think, at its core of the metal walls. Why don't you go ahead and take a moment to elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, metal walls can do a lot for duos. It can completely stop the game. It can stop aggression. If you get a crack onto a team, if you're looking to try and get that impact frag, it completely stops them. Nothing you can do, just a little bit of a equip, left click, shuts it all down. No more shots on target, no more connecting. Completely stops the pace of play. So it can cause some problems for these duos in that it slows things down and acts as a bailout for a lot of these teams. If you are one that likes to play more aggressive, it can cause a lot of problems for you. So it's a balancing act. You want to make sure that you are just as good at using them effectively, but also making sure that you can keep other players from using them, because it does act as a massive bailout for pretty much every team that has them in their inventory.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm definitely a fan of the utility in the way that you can use it, but I think having more than 2 in the inventory shouldn't be a thing. So I definitely would love to see a lower spawn rate or like a max limit in your inventory of 2. Maybe make it an item.
6 is a little much.
Yeah. Well, we saw 11.
Yeah.
In the global championship. So there's definitely a finite amount that makes sense and that doesn't make sense. So we'll definitely have to wait and see how this one goes as we continue on. However, we do got I Miss Ramadan. working through all of this here. Does look pretty interesting to me how these players are getting set up.
Much more stacked than the first game, that's for sure.
I was just about to say, I was like looking at the way that everything was playing out, and they're actually playing this super effectively. Not just the team that we're watching now in Million Arc and Astro. All the teams have already found themselves closer to the center zone. Very few teams on the outskirts. And those few teams that are on the outskirts are going to end up getting focused. You see that there's one, you can kind of see the arrows moving around on the bottom of the mini map there. That team is definitely going to have some problems rotating around, as they will find themselves pretty much exposed to the rest of the lobby.
And I saw Sabotage finding that elimination as this zone starts to move over. Looking to get that confirmed. Player crawling away to the best of their ability. But still finding it. That refresh will be nice to add to the tally. Void and Scissor pressuring down nicely. Those armor wallets come out, so now you're forced to hop onto a wall, but don't bite off more than you can chew. Scissors there, trying to smack on a wall where two players open up the edit and fire shots over to connect. It's a lot of damage. Scissors fully disengaging to play passive. 250 aim into the bush, knowing there's a duo, and that player will fall. Connecting on the flick shot just on the edge of this zone. We'll cap off those materials with a long rotate ahead, so that'll help out greatly.
I can't wait to see how this continues to play out here. TikTok aim, though. Definitely doing what they can to gather the resources necessary from the down players here. But they need to not spend so much time in Storm. And I'm not saying just for the damage, obviously, that they're taking right now, but also for the later effect of Storm sickness, right? You know as well as I do, Ben, there are chances and sometimes circumstances where they find themselves in heal-off situations, and any of those Storm ticks you take early on can be your demise later on in the game.
You want to stay on top of it. It's an ever-present thing in every single lobby, so you want to get ahead. And Ren's trash is good. Trying to do that as well. No eliminations, but they'll find themselves a nice little spot here on edge zone. They're on that front edge, so most of the players still not in the zone are going to rotate pretty close to them, which could give them an opportunity to get those shots on, right? You want to spray the players rotating in, cause some problems for them. Could find them an elimination. But Marvel's Tokyo, quick shots back and forth, ramped up to the wrong box. But there's the tarping. There's the expansion. Give himself a little bit more real estate to play with. And those armored walls to bail out. Give him more time. Force the player to readjust. Push from another angle. And I like this move. Up and over. Tried the mid ground. Tried the low ground. Still using those armored walls. It's not enough. They're still chasing you down. It's Scissors. Straight onto the wall to find that knock. They're looking for the confirm. But they're just going to leave it instead. They realize zone's still moving. Void being a little bit greedy here to try and find that last player of the duo, as Scissors smartly here moving ahead and tarping to give Void that space he needs to rotate in late.
Definitely a great play here, and that's the team chemistry you love to see here. And that's high-level gameplay coming out of Void and Scissor. That's why they find themselves leading the pack going into game number 2. But we still got quite a few left in this one, as Zylock now taking some shots in their direction. Does look like they end up going down potentially at the hands of Void and Scissor. It might actually have been another team that stepped in there. It could have been even Big Steppa himself that got involved. But man, the armored walls continue to thrive here in a meta like this. But no, unfortunate. He thought I think he thought he was going to be able to reset the ramp to get that out, but all in all, still definitely a good attempt in that play. But now we see 250 aim. I told you, go check out his TikTok. Man knows what he's doing. TikTok montages, Fortnite montages, you name it, he's got it. Go check him out there as he takes the high ground. Maybe even a breakdown of how to take height here from the young superstar himself in 250 aim. But with lots of great heavy hitters down below, you cannot get too ahead of yourselves when it comes to the win.
So we see now our two front runners forced to play the low ground. They're still finding some of these eliminations, but we see a new top dog atop the high ground, and it will be AIM and Sturt B. They were able to eliminate VESL Force earlier on in this game, which gives them the extra loot and the mythic assault rifle. So they're using that now to pressure down this lobby, reconnect, and try and play for the high ground a little bit. Sturt B, no metal in inventory, but an elimination instead. We see Volk falling. As the teams down below, nobody wants to look up and pressure the high ground. So they're just easily making things uncomfortable for them, trying to find some of these eliminations.
All in all, set up for success here. Shots coming in towards Zach and Ramadan, both staying alive, but 250 aim does connect one of those big pistol shots. Now, though, they're just going to go ahead and ramp to protect, and now dropping in on VESL Force and Olaf. That could be a massive fight here for two of the juggernauts of the lobby.
Did a great job of using that Flowberry Fizz to ramp up towards the high ground. They'll take that front side of zone immediately 90 straight up. We see Trash is good down on the low ground on the backside of this zone as Olaf and VESL Force now finding themselves on the front side, but they're starting to look up, trying to see if there's any opening to see if 250 aim starting to make any mistakes up on the high ground, which for the time being, they're doing a great job of pressuring the teams they need to be putting pressure on and layering properly.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a lot of that here. They've definitely taken control, but the one thing I'm concerned about, the amount of materials they've used makes me lean towards the fact that they probably don't have much left in the tank, but it looks like Olaf and VESL Force can continue to spray down, or try to spray them down. Does end up getting them down a layer, which is pretty massive for them. But as the build fight begins, VESL Force almost finds himself in a blender there. Now dropping down, trying to escape. Strat, though, ends up going down, leaving 250 aim by himself.
And now we're into a top 4. One solo in this lobby. Now make that a top 3. It'll be a 2v2v2. VESL Force and Olaf once again finding themselves up on the high ground. 16 eliminations this time. They're going for gold. They want to try and close out game number 2. They're pressuring down on this backside. It's going to be Zach and I miss Ramadan on the other end of things. It's a 2v2 situation for the game 2 victory royale. They're trying to control some of these top pieces, trading shots back and forth, but VESL not going to win that engagement. Olaf finds Ramadan, however. So now it'll be a straight 1v1 to close game number 2. Olaf trying to look for the cone. The side jumps are there, but again, only 150 mats to try and close this game. Pre-popping the Flowberry Fizz will give him that fall damage advantage. But still, Zach trying to look for it. Olaf realizing he doesn't have any more HP. The Fizz has run out. The fall damage is in effect. Now Zach with almost 100 HP advantage, looking to try and take a shot from the side. Olaf, no builds, full 0. Zach closes it out with the final shot, and there it is.
2 second place finishes here for the team of Olaf and VESL Force. But we have to talk about it. Void and his teammate were not too far behind there in the top 5. So definitely an insane finish here to game number 2. But before we get into game number 3, we'll have to take a quick break. So make sure to check out some of these incredible videos brought to you by VESL. Other schools across the state showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Club Clash, and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics, rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Knotwork. Knotwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Knotwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Welcome to the varsity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh man, the racing! Let's go!
Amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming season.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over!
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a Planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200. This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey! Game 3 is here, and we cannot wait until we get into this one. So much has happened here on the Battle Bus. We saw some new names like 250 AIM emerge from what felt like the depths of game number 1 to surprise us in game number 2. And of course, the duo of Olaf and Vasforce continue to rain down on the lobby as they get a second place finish. Can anybody be as consistent as them? Well, we don't have to wait much longer. Game number 3 is almost underway here as we get this battle bus loaded and ready to go. If you had to have a prediction here, Ben, going into game number 3, who are you taking as the winner? Are you going to pick one of the big dogs, or are you going to pick an underdog to come out and surprise us?
I'm saying 250 AIM. I mean, if you can hit shots like that, take out Vasforce with one click of the mouse.
Yeah.
I got to put my eggs in that basket. You know, I think if they make some adjustments in endgame.
Absolutely. I saw the way he went down. He had to be raging at the way he got eliminated then Vasforce. But all in all, still a phenomenal game number 2. Can't wait to see if we see a massive comeback here in this one. But you don't have to wait any longer. It's time. Game number 3 is here, and we're going to start off right where we started off last time on the celebratory battle bus.
Bus traveling over Brawlers Battlegrounds. Game number 3 starts now. And we'll kick it off with a nice little corner-to-corner bus path, giving everyone the opportunity to get on the ground quickly and get this game underway. Utopia and Hellhound. The long stretch to Rebels Roost. While the rest of the lobby gonna get on into the action fairly quickly. Again, you want to nail these drops. Make sure you can hold on to your momentum if you've been performing well up until this point, or you want to make those adjustments while you have time left, because we've got plenty of games to go.
Yep, that we do here as Zach F. in here, flying in with I Miss Ramadan. This was the team that we did see a little bit of action from coming out of game number 1 here, but with still so much yet to play in this competition, I believe anybody can take it home here in the final 6, but we got to get to the first 6 first.
Crispy, Storm, up and over Doom's courtyard, trying to make their way towards the dock. We saw this drop spot get W keyed early on in the last game, but this duo was quick to loot and rotate out, so they were able to barely avoid that engagement, but they do have some off-spawn contention as well as Rebels Roost, but a quick cleanup from Aviator. Will Crispy and Storm be able to do the same? Crispy not finding any sort of weapon. Utopia hunting them down. Trying to try and bob and weave. Dodge some of these shots. Makes their way back towards the building to find some loot. Down to 50 HP. But it's working. The strafe is there, but the pickaxe swing connects. One player will fall. Hellhound and Utopia just finding that loot, giving them no option.
No option to run, but it's a good start here for them as they pick up that elimination. But they don't find 2. So that means one player might still be on the board left for that team. But talking about some of the additions and the way that this map plays out, we got to talk about the new Doom locations, right? Dr. Doom, obviously a hot topic here after the new season's release, and of course some other things going on. What do you think of Doom's new locations? And more specifically, what do you think of Doom's little vault of like trophies of the different like Marvel characters that he was able to capture? What do you think about that?
I like the new drop spot a lot. Doom's Courtyard is not my favorite. It's just kind of a renamed version of POIs we've seen in the past, but the art style is awesome. Love the Marvel stuff that Fortnite's been able to bring into the new additions this season. However, there is a little bit more AI than I'd like to see, right? You have all of those guards kind of roaming around Doom's mansion and causing problems, basically top to bottom, just causing issues with audio, sending shots at players when you don't want them to. It's just causing some issues all over the place, but players are managing it well, especially in these games where they're just trying to focus on looting and getting out as quickly as possible.
But that's the name of the game, though. You know what I mean? You got to loot. You got to get out of there and get on to position yourself in a better way for the game. But we tune in here with Prim Aviator losing his teammate early on in this one. It does look like also in the feed, I don't know if you saw it, Talk Tua getting a nice elimination. Must be a reference to the new highly beloved podcast recently releasing. So massive shout out for the name choice there. Nevertheless, though, we switch on over to ZZA next. Now just taking advantage of Underworld as Unikitty is taking advantage of Scissor. This is one of our top teams, but as I say that, unfortunately, looks like that switches right back as Void gets into the mix. So now Sunday is going to go down there, but Unikitty is also going to go down. So that's going to be 2 picked up for one of the top teams here as they continue on their tear through this tournament.
Not stopping for a single second. Void and Scissors just decided, you know what, we got the loot we needed. We're going to go out and fight somebody else. But instead, they kind of waved a flag, honked the horn, whatever you want to call it, drew their attention back towards their drop spot and their own early exit as they will go back to the lobby. Olaf and Vast Force. No eliminations at this point in the game, which for them is honestly quite slow, but they'll rotate straight over to the drone factory. They want to try and find it early. Great control from Olaf to show off some of this free building. The mechanics are there, but can Olaf execute on the engagement? That's the real question. Players down below. One falls. Playboy Alex down and out. Xanit still inside of this box as Olaf wants to try and control. Cone in, wall control, and the elimination. Both players were there. It didn't matter. Talked about them having 0. They've already found their first duo in less than 15 seconds.
Less than 15 seconds. What a nutty stat there from BenK_live. Make sure to go follow him on our socials as we continue this game here. VASForce and Olaf now going for the forecast tower. It looks like they may have been beaten to the punch, but no, actually, as I say that, they actually just spawned. So now they're going to be able to find them. It looks like the other team was maybe boxing to prepare for it, and then they realized that they were in the crosshairs of one of the top teams. I don't know. Nevertheless, though, they are going to go ahead and probably clean that up. But 250 aim here. Not quite hitting the shots like he was on the VASForce in the last game. It could be slowing down a bit here as we go on. But we toggle on over to Scissor. Oh, no. Void has gone down. This is huge. One of the top teams could have gone down, but you can't doubt him ever because he just cleans it up and continues on.
Easily able to find out that, hey, this player's already low. Let's use this ramp jump and get straight into the box. End that engagement quickly before any players are able to rotate in. And 250 aim and company with a similar situation here as they're able to find another duo on edge zone. Sabotage. Lags. Trying to put some shots onto Scissors here, who rotating in late from Doom's courtyard. This duo is just slowly moving with the zone here as Scissors comes up and over this hill now. But there's that Monarch pistol. We've seen it happen before, but when they fire one back, you're just as vulnerable to receiving. And Sabotage takes a big shot, having to use that Flowberry Fizz. And go ahead and pop those flashes to rotate away. But Void following up. Both players not missing any shot. They were being held. Now they're the ones holding them back. They want to try and pick up these eliminations. They figured, hey, these players are trying to play aggressive with us. Let's show them what we got.
Yeah, and here it is, the build fight. As they go up here, they're just looking to take advantage of the opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Wait. Oh, no. Maybe it was the Storm got the final shot on him. Unfortunate there for him. But this big team of Scissor and Void continue on with 5 eliminations only in the second zone here. That is such a massive, massive accomplishment.
And they're not slowing down by any means. They find 6 with 39 players still left in this lobby, 22 teams. So a couple of solos in this one. But again, Scissors and Void now getting into the stride of things. They find themselves confident enough to not even run assault rifles or SMGs, just opting for the Gatekeeper and the Monarch pistol. So we'll see how it plays out in the long run for them. RSL flicks, mints. Now again, looking for a couple of upgrades here as they'll grab these barrels and they're looking to try and loot back up, get that white HP where it needs to be, leaving the present behind. Not exactly what I would do. I like opening presents. I definitely would have grabbed it. You can usually find some med kits or some extra shield in it as well. But again, if you're on the move, trying to make their way into this zone, you need to start running over. I do find some med kits though, so no problems.
No problems as of now. That doesn't mean that it can't change here as they continue to play this one out. This is definitely very reminiscent of what we saw from Clix and Veno, spending some time in the Storm, allowing the other players to kind of rotate, do what they need to do, and then leveraging heals in the current meta to just stay alive and stay ahead, which honestly, I respect it, right? It's kind of the best play to do when you don't find yourself with the best loot. And if you look at RSL Flicks here, he doesn't have max materials, so that's definitely one thing that's going to be lacking for him. And he's probably looking for a better shotgun. But heal-wise, he's got everything he needs to hang out in Storm and do what he needs to do to survive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, both players, that triple med kit. Again, we've seen heal-off metas in the past, but for now, that will just help them make their way out of this Storm. But a look at the train. still chugging along. Demp and A landing on, getting control of it now. That little bit of a hard point chest that is famous on the train itself. You sit on top of the train for a little bit of time, and then you can collect the loot after said timer is up. And now they're just trying to use it to move away from some of the surrounding teams that have these elevated positions that are taking a couple of shots. Demp's dog finding some shots with that SMG. They're still firing them back and forth, however. And again, they'll get that Storm Surge addressed. They'll show that presence that they need to before they go ahead and depart from the train itself.
Here we go. IS. Set up with Demp's dog. Trying to connect where they can. Looks like Crispy ends up taking out Epic Games out down there in the feed. So that's going to be another one out and another one biting the dust here. But Nick has not sold quite yet. He does look like, well, his name says he's sold. I lied. There it is. All right. Well, Nick, it was a good attempt there, but hopefully your teammate and Jerry sold can pull it off and do a little better.
Not much you can do there. I mean, you hold on to the walls the best you can. Got the cone through on the turbo build. But then the top's just open. If you don't get that cone on some of those railings, I know we've all made that mistake. You don't cone the top where you're underneath the railing and they just hop through the corner. There's nothing you can do. It happens. Just make sure you fix it for next time. And again, these players who are hyper aware of the environment and the map and how these fights play out are going to be set up really well. They're going to have that map knowledge to know, hey, it's a corner on this railing. I can hop through the top. But Kai's lock, Marvel's Tokyo. Again, in these mid-game engagements, it's going to be Million Arc. Astro. Now pressuring on. They hop through the Nitro ring themselves. But not looking like they really want to commit to anything. Just didn't really realize they were there. Moving back towards the Arc itself. Giving them the opportunity to rotate out, heal back up. And of course, they're going to trade some shots, look for this damage. Some big damage from Tokyo there. Will connect on at least 40 damage before they try and make their way in. And again, they're looking for this white line. A big opportunity for a lot of the teams right now, especially with the lower player count, is you can get towards this dead side of zone, find those open spaces to catch some of these teams that are not as well equipped, and make sure that you don't run into teams like Scissor, who are still on a charge, looking for more, but Olaf will fall. It's going to be our top two teams at the moment, going head-to-head, and the quick wipe. Scissors takes down both players.
You'll love to see it here, folks, as that's a beautiful execution of the game, and it's exactly how you want to play and fight like that. But for Project W, they're looking to capture the point, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that uncontested. Definitely going to be a good option, or a good opportunity for them, and looks like going to be a good upgrade for them too. But oh man, we switch over. It's Scissor and Void yet again on a run, and this time, unfortunately, they find their new victim right here in the vault.
These bunkers are so powerful. Finding the extra gold stashes as well as the actual upgrade bench itself. Get those attachments onto it, onto your weapons that you'd like to have. Maybe you change up that scope. You get that drum magazine on that gatekeeper. Or in Void's in Void's position, you don't have to do anything. You have both mythics. There is absolutely no reason you do anything at all. You just continue to play this aggressive. They're set up really well to continue moving with this zone. So these players who have worked their way all the way around are the ones that are going to try and pick off some of these solos. And there's one right there. Trash is good, and Renz get the big beam, the big shots. So the armored walls come out immediately. Trash is good. Great job to identify. Hey, the floor is not armored, so I'm straight into your box. And there's one with the knock, so they'll have to try and hunt down that duo. Finding those extra mats, realizing they're on the back end. Taking a lot of shots, though, from the third party. The balloons, not going to help them out in this situation.
It's a tough way to go out here for them, but continue on as now. Okay, IS and Demps hanging out.
Respect.
Having some fun Oh, it looks like they just got done watching one of the best movies of the year. We won't name names, but it is the only duo that I believe is stronger than Peter and Pollo. Yes, that is Deadpool and Wolverine. But we take a look now as TikTok 250 aim here is back at it again. I
predicted them.
That's
come on now.
You did predict them. So let's take a look here.
We've already seen Vaz Force fall in this lobby, so it just kind of opens up the doors for 250 aim and Sturt B to try and clutch up in this situation. Obviously, we still have Olaf in this lobby that continues to Void in this lobby, continuing to frag out in company. But playing aggressive does not always mean that you are guaranteed the win. Just because you have the most amount of eliminations in the lobby does not mean you're going to win the game. Sometimes you have to make sure that you prioritize positioning and you save up on those materials, because Sturt B right now, they're capped out really well, and they have some of the best positioning in this lobby to try and play for the win.
Listen, I have actually found Mr. 250 aim himself, right? Obviously, through his name. And I got some crazy stats to talk about. This man was 75th in NA on ranked BR Unreal. He's ranked 75. That's top 100 ranking, by the way, guys.
There you go.
Does phenomenally in team modes and does find himself being a good team player. And his elimination to death ratio is a 4, which is very, very solid in the game. This speaks to how well and he's been playing the game and how much success he's found in the season. So big congratulations to him. Make sure to go check him out. You can check out, he actually has all of his in-game stats listed right there in the bio on his social platform and his name. So make sure you go check it out. He has 500 PR, Ben.
I think that's more than me at this point.
Yeah, I think it's more than you ever had. All right, so now Trash is good, though. Going ahead and taking the fight. Big shot comes through. That's what you like to see here. What we were talking about just moments ago. No, though, it's Demp's dog. I did enjoy the fun banter from him and his teammate. However, it looks like that banter is going to have to take place off the island and in the lobby.
Emoting's not going to win you this battle. Trash is good, and Ren's on a tear this game. 7 eliminations. Figuring they're better off trying to play for those mid-game fights and getting those extra points earlier in the game rather than trying to focus on placement. And they're finding success in that strategy. Bagwork duo here. Luke in the back of this duo. They're rocking the Stark rifle this time around. A little bit of a nerf off the Stark rifle in the variation that it's returning in this season. No hit scan. Having to lead your shots a little bit. Still packing a punch. Not nearly as much of a fan favorite as we've seen in seasons past with this weapon. We'll have to see what Luke can accomplish with it for the time being, as they're taking a lot of pressure from this duo adjacent to them. Nitro Drone with their back just on the edge of this zone. Will find themselves in a low ground position with not really any position to move. Eyes, though. Very different opportunity here to try and clutch up as a solo. But now this duo knows Ren's and Trash is good. They know this is a solo. We need to get into this box and close this out, get those extra points on the board, and they do so just like that.
Such an aggressive run for this team. As Trash is good and Big Steppa running it down here for the duo. Man, you know what? I feel like they have been awakened, right? We haven't really talked about this team too much here leading up to this game, but now in game number 3, they're like, hey, listen, Panda, Ben, it's my time to shine.
And that's that flare gun in use, right? 2 different solos, 2 different teams being able to identify both these players just by using the flare gun, right? Talk about how powerful the medallion is and that it can reveal players. Now with the flare gun, in addition to the loot pool, you can just launch that thing towards an area you think there might be a solo lurking around, and it's worked out for them twice now.
You know what else has worked out? not that AR, unfortunately for him, as Scissor uses that AR to deliver insane damage onto the team that we were just talking about and hyping up. And of course, when it comes to these fights, there's 3 to 4 teams you can basically guarantee are going to be involved. Void and Scissor is one of them.
They have 16 eliminations so early on. They're not stopping. They see Nitro Drone. Just a box fighting back for them as they identify player after player. They'll find themselves at a tally of 17 eliminations with only 17 remaining. Zone pulls just on the other side of the Nitro Drone from them, so they'll have a relatively easy rotate. There's a couple of solos scattered along the map here. As Scissor and Void have not slowed down, they saw the team that they were able to eliminate earlier on in VAS, and they're fully capitalizing on that situation. They know that the rest of the players in this lobby, they've more than likely eliminated before, so that confidence maintains high, but Void caught out. That high ground team in 250 aim, spotting them out and getting the confirm, leaving Scissor as a solo to try and finish this game.
That was a huge mistake from Void. You see the team above, and you make that rotation with zero cover. Yeah, how else did you think that was going to go? So, big shots and big misses, though, coming out of 250 aim. Unfortunately, couldn't quite lock in like he could with Void there moments ago, but it happens. It's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, and now we see Scissor there in the distance. Oh, he gets the reboot. Void is back in the game. And now,
incredible. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. He gets Void back in the game, and they both simultaneously get eliminated.
The Storm's just ticking for too much damage. I like the commitment to try and play out the game with your duo, right? The numbers advantage is always there to keep your teammate in the fight. But you have to admit defeat at some point and try and clutch up for as much as you can. It's not going to work out now in this favor, but that opens the door. 250 aim up on the high ground. Now the 2 front runners in this competition have already been sent back to the lobby. So now they want to close it out. They want to go big. Make sure they can capitalize on all of these eliminations in this lobby. But Crispy and Storm are on edge.
Big plays coming out here for Crispy as Stormy is still going to be able to keep this involved here for the duo, but now they're going to break through here this first sector, but there's still so much land to cover, so much area to get through, and unfortunately Stormy going to take a lot of damage in the process, but Crispy going to be there. Flowberry Fizz, both of them going to go ahead and use that. Wait, Stormy almost with the misplay there, taking a little bit too much damage, but 250 aim finds himself there fighting for the mid ground. He's trying to hold on, almost had the edit open for just a little too long, ultimately resulting in some serious damage coming through, but game's still in.
Nobody's on the high ground. Nobody establishing themselves, but Crispy realizing, hey, there's an opening here. Maybe I can move my way up. But 250 aim have made their way towards the front side of this zone, just pressuring back, racking up eliminations. 2 more for 250 aim as they're trying to close out this lobby. 1 player moving up. That's going to be Talktua. Down and out.
Wow.
Mints also falls. 250 aim is fragging out here on the low ground. They want to close it quickly. A 2v2v2 situation to close out game number 3. And there's another. Now it's going to be a straight 2v1 situation with 1 player down in zone. Where are they? Is there anything they can do to make their way out? It's going to be bag work on this right side. 250 aim. They're waiting. Stump B also there. They don't even need to identify him, but Luke makes it into this zone. 350 mats to try and clutch up the 1v2, but the damage comes out. We see it. Stunt B at 250 aim, winning game number 3.
You love to see it, just as you called it, Ben. 250 aim takes game number 3. You love to see the variety in the win here, folks. And we got to talk about it. Of course, VASForce and his duo didn't get second place. So definitely some shift ups in this one. We'll have to check back here on the leaderboard and get you some more information after a quick break. So do not go anywhere, and we'll be back with you all in just a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track. 3, 2, 1, launch! Oh, it is a racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PCs.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with in the field.
No.
Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200. This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North
Gotcha, okay.
Carolina varsity.
This is my first time owning like a newer generation PC because, like I said, I had a Windows 98 that was like, oh yeah, we got Adobe Flash and that's it. You want World of Warcraft? No, but we can probably give you Wizard 101. But I'm excited because they've been talking to me about the STEM projects, and this can run Unreal Engine 5. Dante White, and I grew up in a forest mostly. For about the first 8 years of my life, we lived in what we called it the bottom because the entire area was encroached by trees. We had a lot of natural growing things there, berries, tomatoes, lettuce. It was good. So I was outside a lot for most of my early life. The first time I really got into using electronics and stuff like that, my brother got a PlayStation 2 with him and his uncle. And then like at school, we would go on like computer lab, and that's when I got started getting into like the Flash stuff around the 2010s, 2015, Newgrounds. And I liked it, I really did. I've been here for about, I guess, a month because I joined like when they came for the lunchroom and introduced everyone. And I participated in a tournament. I had fun. It was my first time doing something like esports related instead of just watching on TV. I really like music as a hobby. I've been trying to make music, and I think I could use this to use better software because the GPU won't overheat and then explode in my face. I'm thinking about going to college to get an engineer's degree, start building robotics and stuff like that, maybe get into AI. They're really supportive, they're trying to help out, and they really want to get people there, and they make you feel included. It's a really outgoing community, and I think VESL's doing a great job of being good to new people and old people. You have a good platform for people who are like probably busy or doing other stuff because it is just hop in, talk, play, and hop out.
I want to finally get my game out there. I want to make it big. I want to post it on Steam and have everybody playing it because I know what gamers would want from it. Instead of these giant corporations that think they know what gamers want, I am a gamer. I know exactly what they want. My name is Xavier Lewis. I've always loved games, and I've been playing them ever since I was a kid. So I submitted this essay on VESL about my passion. These guys hooked me up. I got pulled out of class. I have my own gaming PC, my whole setup right here for me. It's my first time having a decent gaming PC. I do have one at home, but it cannot run anything. So I've been struggling with that. I've been struggling with game development because of that. You know, you need performance and optimization. I've only been in VESL for this semester. I've just learned about it, and I'm finally getting acclimated to everything. I'm in a Discord, all the announcements, all the tournaments and games they got. They love my ideas, and they're willing to put forward with. They really go all the way with it.
Overall picture of where you want to go, you want to be the game developer.
I do.
In a perfect world, tell me what your company would look like.
Anybody can submit any ideas. It's full transparency. You tell us exactly what you want from the game, how you want to play. You're the one playing it. We're the ones making it for you. I really appreciate the opportunity. I really do.
An esports STEM league, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Notwork platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Notwork. Notwork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Notwork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Welcome to the Varsity and Esports. this incredible action continues as we prepare for game number 4, the second half of games for the day. Of course, your host, Life with Panda and Ben K here, breaking all the action down for you all at home. If you don't know, this is VESL's Duo Cup featuring Fortnite with a $3,000 prize pool and 3 days of incredible action online as we are in day number 2. Now, something to keep in mind here for the folks at home. We have an incredible day of action today, but it's going to get even crazier tomorrow. We have a 1.5 times point multiplier for tomorrow, meaning even if you don't have a great day 1, you can definitely come back in day 2. And we have a win bonus next day. So every win tomorrow gets a little cash money on top of their win. So they don't even need to win the whole competition. They just need to win a game tomorrow to walk away with some of the bucks. So definitely something to keep in mind. But we prepare now for game number 4 to go underway as we get this battle bus loaded and ready to go. We got to ask again, who do you think is going to walk away with the win here in game number 4?
I mean, 250 aim played that one to perfection.
Definitely did.
I mean, if you talk about starting hot, maybe not that duo, but they're getting better and better and better as the games go on. So if they continue with this curve, I see them dominating all the way through Championship Sunday. So I'm going to put my bet on them once again. 250 aim.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they're starting to lock in, to toggle on that good ability and capabilities here, but you don't have to wait much longer. It's almost time to get into the next game. I cannot wait because I'm going to be honest, my winner of this game, I'm going to say it now, VAS Force, Olaf, it's your time. This is your time to shine. We got to wait and see you guys walk away with the win. So without further ado, here we go.
Straight onto the battle bus once again. The Castle of Doom just below. A lot of players with the early drops here as we make our way onto the island. 32 duos making their way out of the battle bus. Crispy and Storm making it into the end game of game number 3. Just slow on some of those first moving zone rotations. Looking to make those adjustments here in game number 4. They have a long way to go to make it towards their drop spot. Just hoping for that early zone pool so they don't have to go too far. But they'll still make their way on over.
Crispy now. Lock it in here as he flies across the map here. Look, I'm going to say this now. This team has some hidden potential. Like hidden tiger, dragon, voodoo. What is that? What's that saying? Like hidden dragon.
I'm not on board.
There's an old saying. Yeah, you're right. You're still like 18, so
okay.
It definitely makes sense that you wouldn't know some of those older sayings, as the much wiser Unk here does know.
That's right.
But it's good to make sure that through your years you start to gain some wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm talking to you.
Oh, yeah, we're still working on it. Don't you worry.
So, okay, as long as you, by the time you're 21, you might know a thing or two.
Okay. 22 years old and...
Oh, you're 20?
It's already over.
Oh, man. Well,
yeah.
You had a good run.
Yeah. Long overdue. We've hung out the Cape before, but a long career ahead of these players today. Reckless Railways, we talked about how it's a fan favorite and a favorite of the chapter, more or less, maintaining a relatively untouched character throughout this entire chapter. So most of the players who have been landing here for the entirety of this chapter are very familiar with the ins and outs, which makes fighting here a skill in itself. As the seasons go on, you build up that experience fighting at certain POIs. You just get better and better and have that natural advantage. And that can be the same here for the Underworld. A couple of seasons now being in this chapter, starting beat in 250 aim. My prediction, the early game engagements, defeat in the distance. Lots of damage put on target by Start B. 250 aim. Let's take the fight to them. Pistol in inventory. Not the Monarch this time around, but enough to try and get some shots on target. Defeat still in the distance, but the shield bubbles saving grace for this duo. But a quick switch, a quick drop down for 250 aim. We'll find one of the two. The question is, do they continue to chase them down and start B already on it?
So much still yet to play here in these final moments. As L Hound climbs up for the fight. Looks like Nub Utopia is unfortunately going to go down in this one. But that doesn't mean L Hound can't make a W comeback until I said that. And well, you know, listen, sometimes the when it rains, it pours, and the cookie and it crumbles, and it crumbles in the rain. All right.
Something like that. Man, I want a cookie.
You can get a phenomenal cookie over at your local grocery store.
Yeah.
Just make sure to go pick up a kit and put them in the oven and make some chocolate chip cookies.
Give that one a shot. As Void and Scissor still trying to bake themselves a cake here.
Okay.
Putting all the ingredients together. They really have found everything for the recipe for success. They've stayed consistent throughout almost all of these games, not being overly aggressive. They just need to try and stay consistent throughout the end game. Placement points being a large chunk of the points most of these duos are looking for, especially tomorrow with the 1.5x multiplier. They're going to be increasingly valuable. But if they can get these eliminations down pat, they will continue to find that success. And they do. 3 eliminations off the third party. Rotating in off of Doom's domain, straight down below Doom's courtyard. They'll find 3 with expert execution.
You know what else is expert? The incredible gameplay you can watch over at, I'm sorry. I forgot you said you're 22 now. You can't be good at video games anymore. My bad. Ben here he's great at commentary, though. He definitely knows how to talk into the mic.
Thank you. At least we got something, you know? It's not all gone.
And you know, listen, that's how it goes, though. These incredible North Carolina high school students show us what it takes to be a pro, but as soon as you pass a certain age, it's like the reflexes just go, and it's funny, that's when you see those pro players switch to commentators. Isn't that right, Ben?
A pro player is a stretch as it is, so
I don't know. 60,000 earned here for Ben K next to me.
All right. You know, we had our fair share, but there's plenty of a career ahead of these players. And Jerry sold, and Nick sold, looking to try and not sell today.
Well, they already did once, so let's hope it's not a repeat situation here for the duo.
You know, consistency is key.
They are splitting right now. I'm going to say that that's probably not the best play in a duo competition like this, but you never know. They could have something under their sleeve that I just don't see.
When you play these split drops, you more than less have to split. You need to make sure that you're pushing out for resources because you're not going to get them at your drop spot. Generally, when you land at larger POIs, take your time, loot up, take the extra moment to find those ammo boxes and hit those metal railings that aren't super efficient when it comes down to the time invested versus mats yielded. But when you're split drops, you're kind of forced to leave quickly and go try and grab whatever you can in nearby areas. Void and Scissor, they have plenty of loot at their drop spot. Only reason they're leaving early is to try and force a fight. And once again, top teams butting heads. Void and Scissor going up against Olaf. Straight into it. The 1v1 or the 2v2 for the ages here is Void barely able to escape the box here, but Scissors will fall, finds the knock on Olaf now, leaving it in a straight 1v1 situation. Void now looking to clutch up, but the third party's now starting to get involved. Drop down to the ultimate low ground. Pop the mini, get the med kit off. Get the HP back in the position it needs to be. But Olaf wasn't confirmed, so now VaxForce up above trying to look for the res.
That was scary there. You saw the NPC just underneath there. Is the NPC griefing? That's always a good question to see. Is he just tries to break in on there? He had to throw the armored wall down. Oh no, but takes a little bit of damage. That means VESL is feeling a little more confident. He does end up getting the card here for Scissors, so now he just needs to disengage. Hopefully he can find an exit, but knowing VESL, he's not gonna let that happen. Now the fight ensues. Looks like he loses the box, but not the war, as he just backs out and finds another space to create for himself. But no, you know what? I think Void has realized, he says, you know what? I'm not getting out of this without a fight, so let's take it.
And it's self-sabotage as the third party here. A solo in themselves. Not exactly the duo you want to be between right now, as Olaf and VESL now gearing back up to try and make another push here. But in the distance, Void makes the great call, rotates away. And I think Sabotage is starting to realize this fight is settling down and I need to get out and find my opening.
And find it indeed, as Self-Sabotage has escaped, but it looks like it's drawn the opportunity of VESL and Olaf. They said, you know what? No, we're just going to continue to find you. We're going to follow you. We know you're a solo player, and we're just not going to let up until we take you out.
At this point, they could be assuming that this is Void in the distance that's running away, but now they'll see the name in the elimination feed. Notice, wait, this isn't Void. Must have found an opportunity to move out a different direction here because that's their main competition at the time being. They will have the numbers advantage with one elimination on the board for them, but again, not exactly what they're looking for. Techno trying to utilize all of these Marvel items, the shield, the turret, but it's not enough. Techno will fall to Jerry Sold.
He didn't sell in that one, and that's a great look here for Jerry, but the game continues on. Void is going to be able to get his teammate and Scissor back up into this one, and that's going to be unfortunate for VESL and Co., who thought they were going to have an advantage for a moment, but looks like that advantage has all but gone as Scissor is back into it.
And that's the duo to watch out for. They'll have to look to try and loot back up, but Crispy, wanting to make it into another end game, has to make it through this mid-game engagement. Using the materials and inventory to space out, re-elevate. Look to try and reset this fight, but there's the shots. Gatekeeper connecting, but just tic-tac damage, nothing significant. Up and over, Lime on the bridge. No more shots left in that shotgun. Needs to hit the shots with the AR, but it's not going to be enough. Storm now forced to take the 1v2 here in this battle. Will be able to spot out the teammate, maybe looking for the box up. We'll get that off. A moment to breathe. A second to drop those armored walls, but it's only going to be one. It's not enough to keep them off of every side of this box. As now this duo trying to look for that piece control. The cone straight in. Storm needs to find a way out of this box. Still scrambling. But the duo will take them out.
That is an insane finish there for them, and unfortunate for Storm as he finds himself back into the lobby. But Trash is good. Another one of those positive players and one of the more aggressive players in the lobby finds himself back on the hunt. Remember, they ran into one of our top two teams and unfortunately went down last game, but looking to redeem themselves in this one. It's been such a good start here for the game for them, as they've got 2 eliminations on the board and a pretty solid loadout to boot. Now though, Trash realizes he needs to get more material. He needs to lock in a little bit more so he can feel more comfortable in the end game. So now they're going to go ahead and opt to focus on the materials, focus on the resource need that they have, so they can have a really solid chance at walking away as the Victory Royale champs of game number 4.
And Scissors and Void straight back into the fight. Scissors fully re-equipped. Set back up well. Not a lot of materials, but this duo can't seem to stay apart from each other. They spot out Olaf in the distance, and that's the green light. They don't see the duo, so they're going to try and force the fight here. Where's VESL? Somewhere close by, I assume, or maybe up in the base itself. They're trying to chase them down. Olaf, where's your teammate? Left completely alone here to fend off one of the best duos in this lobby. There's VESL now making their way back. They'll group back up together, and there's another big shot. VESL, that Monarch pistol. So much damage onto Void, causing them to pause for the time being.
It caused them to pause, but it didn't cause them to give up, as Void now goes for the heal and tries to get back into this one. It's just an endless battle between these two duos. not only for the win at the end, but it seems that in this game in particular, they find themselves fighting each other to even make it to the mid game. And that's just a massive change of pace here in what we've seen through the first 3. So it's good to see these top 2 teams realizing the opportunity they have in front of them to silence the competition.
It's 2 games in a row now. This duo has been finding each other consistently. And now Olaf and VESL decided they've had enough. They don't want to give them that high ground advantage anymore. They try and ramp back up. Void decides, you know what, we'll just take that fight straight to them. Box fight engaged. VESL slowing things down once again. Void doing a great job, though. Putting presence onto this duo from multiple layers at a time. But they'll lose that high ground. Stuck in a box for a little bit too long. Scissors, Void. Now, themselves not being the aggressors, forced onto a mid-ground position, fully boxed up. Now it looks like they want no part of this engagement when they were the ones who engaged.
Here it is. Fighting it out here for another moment. Looking to take advantage of the opportunities that they can. It's these 2 teams going back and forth as wow. Olaf connects a significant blow to Scissor to start the fight here. Now, though, they're going to go ahead and re-shield up with the Flowberry Fizz and continue this fight on. This is going to be an awkward one for sure as Void and Scissor look to back away and potentially find the first shot.
We'll check in with another fight. Ren's trash is good. The armored walls once again. See, if there's no way in, there's also no way out. So Jerry Sold now stuck. The duo have to try and make their way over. But again, now nowhere to go. But the armored ramp will give them another opportunity. But the full box is there. Nick Sold eliminated, leaving 1 player left of that duo. Still inside of that armored box. Will finally claim the wall. And then Jerry will also be sent back to the lobby. Check back, though. Olaf and VESL still putting pressure onto Void and company in the distance. Both teams exhausting majority of their resources. Really left with nothing going into the later stages of this game.
There's so much still on the table here for Void and Co. as they attempt to push on over and get this game continuing and moving on. But wow, Olaf going to take a lot of damage, has no heals in the inventory. This could be a huge turn of events here for them. If they are not careful, they will find themselves down and out of this one.
I don't want to be blunt. Been a more casual day. This is what we like to call a grief fest. This is what we call this. Where 2 teams refuse to give up any sort of ground and all in an engagement that doesn't benefit either duo.
You know, it does. What it does is it takes the 2 teams. It's like you have to think about it from this perspective, right? It's like Queasy and Venno landing on Cammy and Seti back at the Invitational, right? You know this fight can define a tournament for you and can help set yourself apart from the other team. So take it, right? That's the mindset of these players is like, hey, listen, like I know that there's a good chance that based on the way that they're fighting, that this is probably my ops, right? These are the people that we've been watching closely throughout the entire game, that we've been fighting back and forth with the entire time. So maybe it's worth putting a little extra resources into this one. If we can get them out early, get their resources, and even probably not win the game, but at least make it towards the end, that's still more points than they were able to put up. And so putting that pressure out there, and honestly, the mental work is kind of crazy in that situation too, because if you think about it, you're essentially, you win that fight, your confidence through the roof, their confidence is to the floor.
Yeah, I mean, but now though, you have to think with neither duo coming out on top, both of their confidence is going to be down, right? Because now they're forced to play catch up for the rest of this match, right? They're hitting trees right now. These are one of the top teams in the lobby right now, and they're farming trees while the rest of this lobby's got bases set up in optimum positions across this zone. So they're really going to be playing catch up, and teams like Million Arc right here and Astro, they have infinitely more loot than some of the best duos in the lobby that are left with nothing at this point, and we're going into Zone 7.
And see, the only reason I understand what you're saying. The only thing I disagree with is these two teams, both of them, are confident enough that they can take 500 builds and win a fight and take out any duo in this lobby.
Yeah.
And so far, we've seen them do that, right? And that's exactly what we're about to see now as VESL Force takes the fight on, and boom, there's the refresh. See? Now they're up to 122 builds. They don't have to worry about it. It really is a different feel, right? Obviously, FNCS Global stage, very different, right?
Royd goes down. And Scissors goes down.
Wow.
To I Miss Ramadan, the 1v2.
Ramadan takes it with the 1v2. Just an insane turn there for them, as Ramadan has struggled to find their footing here in this tournament so far, but that's going to be the turn they need to build some confidence.
But now 250 aim, again, it's that green light, right? They see, hey, some of these duos out of the game. Now we have our opening to make up that ground in points. So 250 aim, trying to fend off some aggression from another duo, as the rest of this lobby now has to rotate into this half and half zone. Niples, Mailbox, trying to use these med kits to make their way into this zone. Mailbox leaves a little opening there. A little bit of that teamwork coming into effect. We'll get them back into this fight. Both players almost capped out materials. But Start B in this game now, trying to play that support role for 250 aim, who realistically has been able to pick up those massive clutch plays for this duo. Now with some of the top front runners already out of this lobby, this is where they can thrive. They just need to make sure they play a controlled end game, and they should have an easy shot at a victory royale.
Not only an easy shot at the victory royale, but an easy shot at the top spot in the leaderboard, as things shift rapidly with a win. So we got to keep a close eye on them and see how they're going to be able to turn this one. As we switch back over to VESL Force and Olaf, they're again still alive despite the loss of Void and Scissors. So this could be the big run they need to secure their spot at the top.
Olaf and VESL Force, they found that impact frag moments ago. Now contesting for the high ground. Bit of that sky ramp to see if it's worthwhile to ramp over into this zone. It does pull over the water, so the ramp could be a possibility. However, a lot of materials will need to be invested to get them to that point. But they know one thing for sure, they're going to force a fight on this duo down below, who now wants to try and make a move for the high ground. Olaf takes a big shot. Will break them down just to under 100 HP. Now straight into the box, though. The back wall finding control. Now the duo will eliminate one, but VESL Force on low HP. Olaf's there as well. 2 med kits in inventory. VESL Force falling. They forced the fight on the wrong zone. Almost no time. And the third party now realizing there's players in zone. They're just going to continue to spray. More med kits identified. We'll give them a little bit more time in this zone to play the storm. But again, all the duos already inside of this zone just have free pickings to spray.
Wow, that's going to be a tough one as VESL Force officially goes down in the feed. What was going to be a big game for them to make a stride ahead, it could be turning down, as Olaf, now left as a solo player, has to find something with just a few HP in a dream, but does make it into zone. So the dream is still alive, but 250 aim, our game 3 winner, is alive and well, so they could also be a factor in how this tournament ends.
Start B on the front end, Alex Barnett trying to hold it down. Made it into this zone early on. 250 aim on the backside. Taking some shots from that Monarch pistols. We'll get a look at the rest of this zone. We have some teams rotating along the edge of this zone, while some others moving in late, just trying to white line, make their way in. Mailbox being one of them here on that south side. Start B and now 250 aim. Hand in hand in the same box. Have claimed that high ground position once again in this 8th zone. Yaz is washed down in the low ground, taking a lot of pressure from 250 aim. As now this is where that flare gun can really start to take effect. Identify those solos and start to pick them off.
This could be huge. You love to see here this turn of events here for 250 AIM with the high ground. They have this win in the bag, but can they maintain it? Can we see a team challenge them for the high ground? You see down low, there's Mints, there's Flicks, both still in this one as a full duo. You also see Mailbox still alive as well. So still a lot of solid competition ahead and blocking them from the clear win.
And again, we're on this hillside. Plenty of elevation changes for teams to hold on to materials, play a line of sight strategy. 250 AIM, though, starting to be low materials. They took that high ground early on, and they moved towards the front side. So they don't have to use a lot, but they don't have many either. 250 AIM, though, there's that Flowberry Fizz straight towards the front end of this zone. They'll look down. Armored walls come out. Great use of these armored walls to make sure that teams aren't able to spray you out as we do de-elevate now. It could leave you very high up. Sea Trash is good. Step of Wrens also gearing up to make their rotate. One player knocked, though, drops down to low ground. That's a free refresh for a duo who can find it. Maybe the bag work duo, Sam and Luke. Seemed like Luke was able to spot it out, but 250 AIM still fragging out up on the high ground. Pressuring down where they can as duos are scrambling to try and find a refresh.
Here we go. 250 AIM holding it down here. But Stratton TB, his teammate, also doing a good job of keeping the dream alive. He is going to go for the full elimination onto Wrens. Doesn't quite get it yet, as that was another player that was able to get the actual qualifications for those points. But Trent now just trying to do what they can. Monk down below, holding it down. Nice armored wall play there to stop the pressure from coming in, but he needs to watch his back. Other players could be looming there, trying to take advantage of a unseemingly unoccupied mine here from a team. But Strap now. Shots coming through. The pressure from the high ground is relentless. Low ground, mid ground, it doesn't matter. Anybody can take it. These hands are rated E for everyone, folks, as the high ground continues to fight on.
Alex Barnett finding one on the low ground. That's going to be Luke. Where's the teammate? Nowhere to be found. They'll find a little bit of that refresh. Those extra materials, those siphon mats will help them out greatly here, as now they'll be split up. Alex Barnett chasing down some sort of a fight. Monk, though, split out, having to try and find their own path up and out of this low ground position, as Alex Barnett will fall. 250 AIM and start B up on the high ground, still holding on. Now it's over a hill, so they're just looking to bury, suffocate the players down below who are looking to try and frag out for last minute eliminations. But there's only one player left. Back of this zone, 250 AIM and start B, capitalizing once again to find the victory royale.
The back-to-back wins here from 250 AIM. Honestly, I think they're in first place. I don't know. It really depends. Really depends how the first two games went for them, if we're being honest. But back-to-back wins with the amount of eliminations that they had, that's going to be a problem here for our top two teams in Void and VAS4. So what was a seemingly two-leg race is now three, as we get a third contender there for the top spot. But don't go anywhere, folks. This is just day one of competition. We still got 2 games left on the day. See you in a few.
City STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch! Oh man, the racing! Let's go!
Amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC season.
Farming It's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back, and the ball falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work, consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200. This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch. Oh, man, the racing. Let's go.
It's amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team game MVP season.
Farming, it's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with on the field. No. Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back, and the ball falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work, consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200.
This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem-solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, NotWork. NotWork is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the NotWork app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Welcome.
Keon, in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Britt High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Britt as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U. And I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly will defend them, get them to a game number 5. They have to get the set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Mup Kippo, and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school, pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lightning. 3 lightnings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Mr. Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. Dude, the Cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player, being recognized for your skill and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well, but nah, that's it. He's gonna be sent into the
prize money. Really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, I definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club, and from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene, so I'm looking forward to being a participant in that, not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing against and very confident against.
I were to answer the question, who am I excited to fight? Someone who adapts, shows me new things that I didn't know about the game, makes me change my perspective on Smash in general, and I guess to sum it up in one word, I'm looking for a challenge.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final 2 games of the VESL Duo Cup. I'm your host, Life with Panda, with my sidekick here, Ben K. We are just moments away from diving into game number 5 and starting to see a trend in the leaderboard. We have seen some pretty insane changes here as things have gone through. Could 250 aim with the back-to-back wins now claim the top spot? Well, we'll have to wait to find out. But what I will say right now, and one thing I know for sure, basically every student we've watched today is exceptional at the game and would easily beat Ben K in a 1v1. Over to you, Ben.
You know, as sad as I would love to argue against it, you're probably not right. I mean...
You mean probably right.
Sorry, you probably are right. I'm probably would get smoked. That's for sure. I mean, these kids are so talented.
What's that for? Reed says, does he have a chance? Just to clarify, Reed does not have a chance. All right, now continuing on here from everything going in. We have so much left on the table. Remember, day number 2, 1.5 times points plus $100 win bonus per game. So that's going to be massive to watch. Do not miss that tomorrow. But for today's sake, we got 2 more games. Who can finish out on top here in day number 2 of the 3-day competition? Well, we'll have to find out here. You're saying 250 aim? All right. I'm going to say VASForce.
I think that's fair to say. You talking about the front runners, right? 250 aim has been a player in a duo with Sturt B that has solidified themselves as a front-running competitor, right? You talked about how we now seem to have 3 horses in the race. Void, Scissors, VASForce, Sturt B. These duos are all competing at a crazy high level, but can they stay consistent across a 12-game format? It's going to be hard to say, but we have to start with game number 5. Scissors and Void landing once again at the Castle of Doom.
The Castle of Doom could be the home of treasures for a team like that if they find the right loot and win the game. But Zach and Ramadan. This is the duo that dethroned one of our top teams in game number 4. Could be another game for them to make something happen. But I'm going to say this now. This part of the map seems very congested in comparison to what I was anticipating. It looks like a lot of people have favored the north side versus the south side. And obviously it's interesting because you were dogging on this tree area not too long ago when we started the competition. So it's definitely kind of showing a different story than your personal feelings about this area.
You think about it, right? As far as like where you can actually drop here, you have like this radio tower, you have Rebel's Roost, you have Doom's Castle, of course, but for the most part, just to the left of Doom's Castle, there really isn't much there. And the spots that are available, if you choose to rotate out, it is so scary because it's just hills and valleys and thick trees and little puddles, and it's terrifying. I wouldn't want to go anywhere near it. Not a chance you'd get me over there.
Yeah, but you can get me over there. That's okay. I will be more than happy to land in that area because you know what? There are hidden treasures and secrets galore in Rebel's Roost now. If you don't know, I believe they actually have Doom chests at Rebel's Roost now too. So that's a massive, massive upgrade to the POI. Even if it is like low in concentration as far as the loot goes and it's not a lot to share, it's still something that provides a significant advantage to a smaller area like that.
Just balancing risk versus reward for these players. And Scrims and Techno are looking to try and make a comeback here in these back half of games. 2 more to go. Techno trying to get that medal situated. Again, they have a good amount of loot close by. They can go grab it. Some of these split drops just outside of Mount Olympus. There's also a bunker over here as well that could yield all sorts of loot. Lots of gold, plenty of high-level rarity items. But getting your hands on something like this flare gun early on will also help you make sure that there's no players lurking close by. But Vasforce and Olaf, again, uncontested at the raft. Something we didn't see even from the best of the best when it came to actual competition on the global stage, right? Even the raft was contested at the global level, but Vasforce and Olaf have commanded enough of a presence that they have an uncontested raft, vault and all, getting their hands on the most overpowered medallion, one of the best mythic items in the loot pool right now, as well as all the ammo, chests, everything galore they could possibly need, as well as extra shield. But Olaf now rotating out. We'll move back over towards the favorite of Life with Panda, Rebel's Roost, Storm, and Tursby now trying to fight it out here inside of the Roost itself. 1 player down. Turspot with a solid loadout and inventory, a good amount of mats, everything you need to try and make that clutch play in the 1v2 situation. But then try to move outside. Now taking this battle to the courtyard. A couple of mats being burned. I miss Ramadan, that clutch potential. The teammate, Zach FN, clutching up to find that last player in the solo, and Storm YT setting them back to that lobby. I miss Ramadan will secure the drop spot and the whole entire POI for themselves once again. This duo will need to make sure they cap out their brick and their wood because there really isn't much metal in surrounding areas, especially considering the only metal close by being the antenna station just to the north has an entire duo landing at it. So they need to make the most of what they have available to them here, and finding both those eliminations is a great start for them. But I'm as Ramadan. They will take their sweet time here in the top left corner, trying to grab every bit they can. Again, this is where it starts to get scary. Thick trees, rolling hills, and a lot of places for duos to hide.
But not a place for duos to hide, as Nick, Sold, and Jerry find themselves just on the edge of Storm. They need to start avoiding the purple. Hey, guys, just letting you know, the purple hurts. Hurts not good. So definitely stay away from that. Nice little fundamental Panda tip for game number 5. You're welcome here, folks, as they're going to go ahead and challenge the NPCs here. I believe going for another one of the towers there, but Scrims and Techno finding some success. It was looking doom and gloom for them early in this game as they were caught out pretty early on, but fortunately it does look like they were able to escape that situation and continue on, but right foot creep. Ooh, Utopia has now cleaned up this area, and they are just hop, skipping, and jumping up as they're excited for what they found.
I don't know if anyone in a Bengals jersey has the right to be doing that right now.
You know what? Bengals aren't as bad as the Browns. I'll say it.
Just continuing. The shots fired left and right. But they've got the entire cave to themselves. That's an underrated drop spot, in my opinion, and one that's been around since the very beginning of the chapter. I know a lot of people are excited to see these massive mountains as well as the caves kind of making an addition here in this chapter. Kind of a cool addition, but Mailbox caught on the back foot here. Void and Scissor choosing a different direction to W key in this match as they'll catch Mailbox out with no shield, with no hope. Will be sent back to the lobby. Void and Scissor finding their 4th elimination, their 2nd duo wipe. And what's nice about keying on this side of the zone is not only are there plenty of split drops to go around they can find duos at, but these launch pads located above, atop most of these mountains allow them to just kind of hop around from peak to peak in search for other players.
Good here for them. You know what? Listen, that's what these launch pads were placed there for. It's meant to be like this one little, number one, an escape route, but number two, an info gathering utility for that is like localized to this one particular area. And I love that. The thought behind that is obviously special. And that's what makes Fortnite so great is the little things like that go into the thought when developing a map and developing different POIs and stuff. They really do put that extra effort into making things make sense.
It all balances out in the end. Trash is good. Again, with these mid-game fights, they don't shy away from them. And at what point, when you're playing defensively like Tokyo is here, do you decide, okay, they're not going to go away, so we need to start looking for an aggressive play. Otherwise, you're going to catch shots just like that. But Trash is good, biting off a little bit more than they can chew here. Caught off guard, down to below 50 HP. Trying to push into the box, into territory that you don't own any of the pieces in. Be big step of Renz, the one trying to back them up. Hold on and keep this team in the fight. Both finding the time to puck the bib puck and Flowberry Fizz itself. This duo fully disengaging almost, being the main aggressors in this fight, now being forced to lie low. And I think that's because Void, located just above, they now see them in the elimination feed and know this is not the fight we want to take.
Definitely the right play there from them, but they're going to have to make a resurgence at some point. They're going to need to then disengage from the Storm, and looks like the first to disengage will be Void and Scissor. So they're going to go ahead and start rotating forward, but that team back of the Storm is going to have to do the same, but they're going to need to be very, very careful when they decide to move. But it looks like Void's got their eyes set on the sole duo of Jerry and Co. Just moments away here from beginning another fight. It really doesn't take much for these teams to feel comfortable enough to get in there.
Oh, and this duo has been non-stop action from top to bottom. Now the teams, the Solds, Nick and Jerry, straight into this box there. Didn't really stand a chance. Scissors just on the other side, taking that 1v2. Not even a hint of damage from the duo. So a full 1v2 situation. Talk about a 1v2 here, trying to look for some sort of a reboot, but H2O Delirious finding that reboot. But elimination in turn, that solo will have to try and glide away, and it looks like Techno Kitten DC5 not really looking up or even realizing that the player was able to get the reboot off.
Yeah, unfortunately going to go ahead and miss that one, but the game continues on here as there are other players just north of them. It looks like they're actually heading towards the reboot, so if Techno Kitten is not careful, could end up getting caught off guard.
This duo also has a long rotate ahead of them here, but here comes another duo. Wanting to try and force this fight. Pushing them out of the gas station. They're quick to hit the little left foot, right foot, and rotate away. And it seems like I Miss Ramadan and Zach FN finding their stride here in game number 5. Now comfortable getting aggressive, finding that elimination. onto this player. They're now looking for the follow-up. But the solo was able to distance themselves correctly. So Zach and Imis Ramadan kind of calling off the chase. We'll try and pick through some of this extra loot before moving into this zone, because it continues to pull further and further away. With a long rotate ahead, we want to try and focus on that aspect of things. But Marvel's Tokyo and Kai's Lock, realizing there is at least one player down below, trying to figure out if this fight is worth taking.
You know what's worth taking? The victory royale. And that's why, in this situation, Marvel Tokyo making the right call. You do not want to spend the time in Storm like the opposing player is, because you'll just put yourself at a disadvantage and potentially take away the ability to take home the win. But looks like Marvel Tokyo going to go ahead and pass a present with a medallion in it. And funny enough, did you notice what they did when they saw that medallion?
Left it.
They ran, because that medallion is not very good.
No, it's not great. Most players ending up to drop it. I'm not actually familiar with what it does. I don't think, just because of the fact that everyone drops it.
I believe that's the one that sets you invisible, but it unfortunately puts you at a disadvantage in fights, because when you re-engage from invisibility, there's a delay between you being able to shoot. So
it also marks you on the map.
That too.
Which is a big part of it, right? If you have these medallions, there's a trade-off. There is a big yellow circle that will appear on the minimap. If you are in close enough vicinity to a team that has this medallion, it will mark the area that they are. And generally, not always true, but teams like to associate medallions with better duos. So if they see these markers on the map, a lot of times other teams will try and run away from these markers on the map. So if you're a team trying to pick off solos or look for eliminations, it really can just cause you more problems than it's worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach, though, going to go ahead and take this fight. It looks like trying to get back with his teammate there. Same thing with Luke, trying to get back with Sam here. So looking to get into a fight. Does look like, oh, a good shot landed and connected into an elimination there for them. That's going to be one to pick up. And, ooh, wait, which medallion is that one?
There's too many to count.
Too many to count here in the new season.
Only one really matters. Let's be real.
Yep, and that's in the hands, of course, you guessed it, VASForce and his duo. They seem to be landing at the spot, getting the burst assault rifle, and getting that sweet, sweet Peterbot medallion. Yep, that's what it's called. It's called the Peterbot medallion.
Might as well be. I think he deserves that at this point.
Yep.
Nobody would have been able to implement it as well. But VASForce taking a note or two from the World Championship duo to try and implement that today. Taktua in this center zone, taking a lot of damage. The shot's on target on a Mince. That's a big green light. Sees red in the eyes of Taktua. Now they want to take the fight to them. Up and over. The big flick shot. Double lettuce through some piece control. The skills are on show today. Finding that extra elimination. Get slayed. Finding that one. That'll make it 2 for the clean duo. What?
Yeah, I mean, look. Wait. Do you see what I'm seeing? This is zone 4, by the way.
Yeah. That's 10. That's double digits.
That's double-digit eliminations here for Void and Scissor. Trying to make a big comeback here following a not-so-ideal game 3 and 4. So definitely doing what they can. And, wow, that's a good cleanup there for Limes. It was a close exchange, but ultimately they're going to walk away still alive in this one.
This is where I love that new shotgun, right? It has such a wide reticle that you can hit those 130 shots from basically point blank without really even having to aim at a player's head. You just flick towards the body, that 130, you get so many pellets on target. It's easy pickings.
You're absolutely right. You gotta love when you don't have to aim to do max damage.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Come on now.
Ben K's favorite thing, because as he becomes a boomer, he realizes that his ability to fire his weapon slowly depletes.
Yeah, it's been rough, you know? We're working on it. I should be getting out there trying to compete and stuff like this, you know? Like,
it's okay. You should. You
get my reps
should.
in.
Just make sure you grab your cane first on the way to the door.
Oh my gosh.
It's because he's old, guys.
Oh no.
But anyway, It's so funny to think about, right? The Fortnite community is genuinely, it is stronger for the younger community, which is why it's so cool to see VESL doing stuff like this and supporting the North Carolina high school esports scene. But genuinely, when you start to age out, what like I guess a normal esport, an age out would be like, oh, okay, probably like 30, 35, just like normal sports for the most part, maybe 25, right? But nah.
Gonna say we were baiting here for just a second. Stern B was left to take a 1v2 against Void and Scissor, but 250 aim, a great job to back them up there, winning this aim duel. The trades back and forth, trying to even it out just a little bit. Now you start to think
hit some shots, miss some. Like,
yeah.
Here's the thing with the burst, right? It's either you connect your entire clip or you miss your entire 3 clips.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
It's like it's so funny how that weapon works. I mean, for me, I don't miss shots. I have a 92% accuracy rating with the burst.
Okay.
Confirmed.
Yeah, check this man's Kovac stats. That's just not.
Trust. Check it.
Yeah.
Look up Peterbot on. Imagine.
Without a doubt, you might actually see that 90% rating. 250 aim, though, might be pretty close. I'm going to be honest. Some crazy crucial shots. Top to bottom.
He's hitting about 71%. That's what I'm thinking.
That might actually be accurate. And that's pretty darn good.
Which, yeah, if you don't know, like in esports, that's actually a very impressive number. 71 is like no easy task, especially considering the different variables with different weapons and such. So definitely something to keep in mind. Oh man, Void picking up another one there in the feed. I mean, guys, what is happening here? How are we letting this team be so good?
I mean, that's the thing, right? We talked about how it's not just mechanical ability, it's your decision making. It's the rationale behind the fights that you take and the directions that you rotate into, and they're doing a great job. They stay on dead side, they keep the zone at their back, and they're pushing around the edge. There's no reason for them to push towards center zone, right? Like Void and Scissors, they've got the eliminations on the board already. There's no reason for them to be pushing around the edge of the zone to try and fight more players. So they are positioned in the center, right? They can take this advantageous position that's elevated. It gives them a nice look over top of this lobby, while some of these other players, like Aim 250, like they need more eliminations. So they're going to stay on the edge and try and fight more of these teams.
Here we go. I think it's time. Scissor and Void are going to get 20 eliminations this game. Mark my words. I'm calling it now. We're going to see it. We've been waiting for a big, massive elimination game, and I think it is. It's going to be this one. They are 9 off with 15 left in the lobby. It's a possibility. They'd have to clean up the rest, but now these numbers are starting to dwindle more and more towards these end games, meaning these players are getting more and more aggressive, hungry, and looking for the fights at the earlier stages of the game. And while that's a good thing for the viewer experience, it's not a good thing if you're one of the people in the lobby falling, because ultimately there's 2 types of players. There's the fighters, and then there's the thinkers. And sometimes you have a thinker and a fighter together. Sometimes you have 2 thinkers together. In this lobby, it seems like 2 fighters on a team is the way to go.
Without a doubt. That double fragger setup is the way to go here. As Zone will pull opposite direction of both of these duos in a sort of a standstill. Both players just holding each other's in their current positions. I think there'll be 3 teams involved. 1 solo and Yaz just on the other side of the river now. Taktul gets slayed. Kind of in control of this engagement as Big Steppa hopping in the river, swimming their way down towards this dead side to try and find a position in this zone. Seems like Yaz having a little bit of a misunderstanding with the Storm there, as the Storm will take them out. But Taktul still looking for more. Just looking for that white line in.
Specifically episode 2.
Want to elaborate on episode 2. Apparently it's a fan favorite of theirs.
I believe they only have 2 episodes.
Oh, there you go.
Here we go, though, for the 100th time. I was going to start saying Linkin Park lyrics, and then I forgot the rest of the lyrics. Trash is good, though. Oh, actually has their sights set on the Talk to a Duo. This could be a bit of a distant engagement there for those two players. However, looks like Get Slayed. Oh, good play there. What did I just see?
Triple headshot?
Oh my gosh. That was insanity.
The triple headshot and the knock, it looks like now. So there'll be 2 or 3 teams stuck on this layer and held out of this zone. Monk having to pause. And now wanting to look and see if it's worth it to try and look for the confirm. It will be talked to his teammate just on the other side and Get Slayed, the one taking the brunt of that damage. So the clutch factor has to come into effect now. Alex Barnett trying to get straight into this box, but both players are in. Muntz wants a part of it. Taktua is now on the back foot, looking for some sort of a confirm. Not even going to need the teammate to back them up. Taktua will fall, Get Slayed in company. However, Void and Scissors, name of the game in this tournament so far has been the team to take high ground, has made it in the top 2 almost every single game.
Top 2, man, is it's a pretty nuts stat, because you have to remember that when there's like 60 to 80 players in a lobby and you can get top 2 consistently, that's just unreal. Just like the incredible offerings that VESL's Yearly Cup. So make sure to get signed up for the VESL Yearly Cup now, as we have incredible games like Fall Guys, Apex, and more that will be involved. And you do not want to miss this one, because it's for the casual gamer and the competitive gamer. Back to you, Ben.
Scissors holding on to this high ground position. Again, you mentioned that 20 bomb potential. They're sitting at 9 as it currently stands. 7 on Scissors' behalf. Scissors 0-7 with 7 eliminations. I like that. Got to stay true to the brand at some point.
So that means he can't get 8, right? So he's got to feed the rest to his teammate?
Ideally, that would be the perfect world here. And they're set up for it currently. I like the roles that Scissors has taken now, that kind of an IGL/support style role. They identified the opposite high ground position that could allow them to reconnect, but Zone doesn't quite pull that way. So I like the look. Use that Flowberry Fizz, the quick tarp, the quick jumps towards that front side. They will find themselves there still with max metal on Scissors' behalf. They'll connect to Void's tarp with a strongly reinforced high ground position. This duo really, the only thing they need to make sure they're doing is pressuring down, making sure mid ground is using their materials so they're set up well to try and close this game. Alex Barnett, a solo, still trying to work through this zone. Monk coming in as well. We see Big Step of Renz. Trash is good, still in this lobby. On the front side, though, who is sitting? Who has their rotates in order? 250 aim still in this game on the front end.
Here we go. The final moments are here, folks, as Void and Scissor find their way back into another end game. Can they finish this one up strong as they take up Alex Barnett? But somebody immediately punishes them for it, as Void now going to need to heal up with the fish. Does get a little bit of shield, but it's not all goldy and rosy just yet, as they still need to finish this one strong. Now, though, looking down, they do find one. But, oh, they didn't actually get the elimination. Ramadan ended up cleaning it up. So, not another one necessarily confirming for them, but there is still opportunity looming down below as they continue to pressure those that are not on the high ground.
I miss Ramadan now falling, so Zach FN forced to try and clutch up this game to make something happen. Big Step of Renz also on this low ground position. Void, Scissors, rocking it down low, trying to press the gas pedal all the way to the floor and make sure they can deal this damage. They're using their ammo well here to try and make sure the rest of this lobby is uncomfortable. We have a 2v2 situation now. Trash is good. Up against Void, up on the high ground. But this zone starts to drop down low. Big Step of Renz barely up in this lobby with only 1 white HP left. Cannot take a single tick to this zone with only 2 minis to pop. 26 HP on the low ground. Void tries to take it to them. The reconnect. The de-elevate. It's there. They're doing all the right things, and Renz will take that 1 shot to fall. So Trash is good. Left to clutch up. Void to drop to the low ground, and it's not going to be enough for that duo. Scissors and Void with another victory royale.
That's what you love to see, folks. Void and Scissor claiming another victory royale. Remember, they claimed the first one of the day, so they're going to go ahead and claim number 5 as well, and that was a massive elimination game for them too, meaning they are back right there challenging that first place spot. But don't go anywhere, folks. We have one final game of the day, and you're not going to want to miss this one. We'll see you soon. Welcome to the Varsity and Esports STEM League, where high school students can compete in video games and STEM pathways, allowing them to win prizes and build life-changing opportunities. VESL helps guide students towards discovering their career pathways in and after high school by engaging them in fun, competitive competitions that build real-life skills such as problem solving, teamwork, and accountability. VESL began just 2 years ago with a handful of Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools. Now, VESL is supported by the entire state with over 200 schools and 3,000 active students. With no expensive requirements to participate, VESL makes itself the most accessible esports and STEM league in North Carolina. The league is even accessible to students who only have access to a phone through our Not Work platform. Students interested in esports will have the chance to compete against other schools across the state, showcasing their skills during a 7-week regular season leading into regional playoffs and a state championship. This fall season will offer Rocket League, Overwatch 2, College Football 25, and Super Smash Bros. In a season-long competition. Not interested in those game titles? Well, no worries. We have all sorts of exciting tournaments and casual game nights happening throughout the season as well, featuring over 30 game titles. Registration for the fall 2024 season is now open and will close on September 20th. Seeding for teams will also take place on September 23rd, and the regular season begins on September 30th. The season will end with the state championship taking place later in the fall. VESL will share more details soon as we get closer to the main event. On top of all that, we present the VESL Yearly Cup. With a focus on players' versatility and adaptability, VYC features 8 standout esports titles that form an integrated competition lasting the entire school year. This fall 2024 season's VYC features Apex, Valorant, Fall Guys, and Brawlhalla. Each game will impact the overall rankings with a cumulative scoring system determining the final top 3 performers at the end of the school year. We will also be holding several events prior to the official league season, including our Super Smash Bros. Draft Clash and Fortnite. Keep a lookout on socials for more details to come about VYC. VESL also offers a STEM league geared towards teaching students valuable skills and rewarding them for their achievements. STEM players compete during a regular season in various topics, rotated through an 8-week schedule, giving students valuable exposure to STEM fields like engineering, agri-tech, game development, and more. Competitions are broken into bite-sized, self-paced challenges where students learn real-world skills and tackle challenges in a flexible time frame. All of this supported by online resources and guidance from our STEM coaches. Players earn rewards upon completing competitions, with each student participating individually and contributing to their school's overall performance. Teams compete against other high schools across North Carolina, with top performing teams advancing through the season to an in-person championship where teams can earn some awesome prizes. The STEM season will begin on September 26th and run through November 21st. Registration is now accessible through our new learning social platform, Not Work. Not Work is an innovative platform that leverages technology to meet high school students where they are and takes them where they want to be. This includes an all-in-one location for leaderboards and stats throughout our competitive season, innovative ways to connect with STEM, and much, much more. Once students have grown in their network by interacting in the social experience, they can earn a chance to access a brand new experience coming soon to the Not Work app. Representatives from VESL will connect with students and teachers to help with registration and answer questions about the season. We're excited about everything new and are thrilled to make this the best VESL season yet. Welcome to the Varsity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the North Carolina Varsity STEM State Championship! Let's go!
Manufacturing is one of those important pathways here at STEM, and we are going to get to see why it is such a unique and cool experience for the kids. These students have learned to utilize virtual wind tunnels to analyze how aerodynamics work with their cars and how they're redesigned for maximum performance in track.
3, 2, 1, launch! Oh, man, the racing. Let's go.
Amazing. I spent so much time on this car learning about aerodynamics, and it's proving itself right now.
You just won your whole team gaming PC.
Farming It's a major industry of North Carolina, and ag tech is the combination of agriculture and technology. All of these teams across North Carolina, they learned about the technology of precision farming to optimize the outputs of their soil.
Up later with maybe some forklifts. Oh, they get caught on the front nose. It's exactly what my grandpa always told me to not mess with in the field.
No.
Percy and Project Man will collide with one another.
But right now, Harnett is trying to bring it back in the foul falls. He misses out on a massive opportunity. It's all over.
Victory will go to the Lions out of Harnett County. Congratulations.
I think my key was just teamwork and just Kenneth and Bill, all of us three just working together.
They did the work consistent throughout their entire harvest. Shout out to these young gentlemen.
Teaching entrepreneurship equips our youth with versatile skills that drive innovation and success across all industries. Skills like business and project management, adaptability, strategic thinking, marketing, and networking have all been learned through our online curriculum and competitions. Teams have been competing throughout the regular season by managing a startup, adapting to market changes, and diversifying their portfolio before advertising their products in a simulated auction event, which they will be doing today. Students are presenting artwork that they created over the season, marketing it through the event, and auctioning it off to a live audience.
We decided to go on with a planet because we are here to show that with new technology, the sky is not our limit anymore.
It's coming down to the wire. It's about 2, 1, and there it is.
Game Dev 200. This trance-like state occurs when the game's difficulty matches a player's skill. The flow state? Absolutely, yes, you totally got it right. 900 points. We are giving the win to Carver High School. They are getting the esports arena at their school.
Right there in the middle. Hey!
My name is Keon. My in-game name is MistyBot, and I play for Jack Britt High School.
My name is Israel. My in-game name is Cornbread, and I play for Jack Britt as well. I remember the day. It was New Year's Day 2015. My dad got me Smash 4 on the Wii U. And I thought just like the crossover of all these characters that I knew from different places, like interacting, existing in the same space, it was something very fascinating to me.
Big Belly will defend them, get them to a game number 5. They have to get the set all the way the other way. Oh no! That's it!
I first heard about VESL from my good friend Mup Kippo, and he told me about it, and I was like, that sounds cool. I don't really go to anything besides locals and Smash. Doing this in high school, pretty cool.
As for me, I heard about VESL because of Misty. He actually put me on, so shout out to him. But through VESL, I've definitely been able to show my stuff more. I'm really happy to have this opportunity to put my Smash addiction to good use. Just to see an entity like VESL interface with the high school ecosystem and have these tournaments that are just run so well, I'm ever grateful. Like, this is really cool.
He was trying to get the King rule out of the way. He keeps going with that lightning. 3 lightnings in a row. But this alligator, he's made of rubber.
To prepare for states and just competing in general, I've been playing the game a lot more than I usually do. I get some games in where I can, and I look at new tech because the meta's changed a lot.
Me and my friend, we're about to look at all the VODs to see and like prepare for each specific opponent, not just the character matchup.
I'll contrast for Misty and say I know zero zilch about any other players in the league, so I'm just gonna roll with the punches and dish them out where I can.
Mr. Ranger up in the 150s, 160. That's gonna be the second stock. And dude, the Cornbread game swinging.
A championship win for me served as some affirmation to my freshman self that while I definitely had a Smash problem, my time wasn't all wasted.
Championship win, how much I've improved as a player, being recognized for your skill and how great you play.
There and avoiding getting hit as well, but nah, that's it. He's gonna be sent
With
into
the
the
prize money, really, I would just save for college. Like, there's nothing really I want to buy or I need to buy.
I'll save most of the money. It'll help me out on a rainy day. As for short term though, there's a concert that I'm trying to go to in September, and prize money would be my ticket and then some.
I really do want to swim in college, and if I had the opportunity to play Smash on the side, I definitely will take it because I do love this game.
The school that I'm going to does have an esports club, and from what I've heard, a thriving Smash scene, so I'm looking forward to being a participant in that. not so much for the glory, but for the community, because that's just as much, if not more important.
I am not excited to play Palisades. All the characters they play I struggle with against personally, but everyone else, except for a little gamer's brother who plays Bayonetta, I'm fine with playing against and very confident against.
I were to answer the question, who am I excited to fight? Someone who adapts, shows me new things that I didn't know about the game, makes me change my perspective on Smash in general, and I guess to sum it up in one word, I'm looking for a challenge.
Here it is. The final game of day number 2 for the VESL Duo Cup is here and now. Game 6 will define who's going to go into day 3, the final day of this competition, on top. And honestly, the stakes are high and the leaderboard is even higher, as Void and his teammate Scissor have first place, 250 Aim and his teammate have second, but VASForce is close behind in fourth. There is another team in third, but I'm going to let that team be a little bit of a mystery for all of you at home. The top 5 is here to take home and claim the final game. But before we do, we got to do one final prediction. Ben, talk to me. Who do you think can take game number 6 on the day?
Let's be real here.
Okay.
It's 250 Aim. Let's be real here.
I don't even know why I said anything. He's just going to say 250
Let's be
Aim.
real here. It's 250 Aim. The consistency and the improvement across game to game coming out of this duo. Start the 250 Aim, winning today, finishing the day on first place, and winning tomorrow.
If 250 Aim wins this entire thing, I will shave Ben's head. All right, there's the bet. Right there on stream at the end of the stream. So do not go anywhere. Make sure you're watching tomorrow as well, because if 250 Aim wins, Ben will be shaved bald live on the channel. All right, let's get ready for game number 6. Never mind. Actually, I fear for anybody that sees the shine that would come off that head.
That's not going to be a good look. I cannot lie.
Here we go, folks. Let's get into the final game, but it's not the final game of the entire tournament, because remember, we have another day of 6 games to play tomorrow. And remember, there is win bonuses for each win and 1.5 times points for everything across the board. So you're not going to want to miss that. But another thing you're not going to want to miss is Void and Scissors dropping in to start the game.
Consistent top to bottom, this duo has maintained a steady pace throughout all 5 games of competition and want to end the day strong. Doom's Castle in the horizon. This duo will try and take full advantage of the opportunity that they have in front of them. They've nailed it all the way through. They've secured themselves an uncontested drop spot by the end of the day, which they started being contested in game number 1. Will that continue through to day number 2? We'll have to wait and see. But the place they finish on the leaderboard today is going to help determine that.
You know what else is going to help determine that? Yeah, me too. Yeah. I can't wait to find out if that's going to be the deciding factor. And honestly, that's a good take here, Ben. I'm glad that you mentioned that. But let's dive back into the game and look at that sweet, sweet pickaxe. It's the FNCS 2.0 pickaxe. Once a pickaxe only given to the champions, now given to the community here. It is an incredible feat to have, of course. If you don't know, it has joined, or did join the item shop for Global Weekend. So if you were lucky enough to pick it up, great. If you were not lucky enough to pick it up, that's tough, because it was a solid pickup for sure. Now, though, we switch over to VASForce and Olaf, one of our top 5 teams here in the game, looking to continue on the reign that they've been on. Ironically enough, though, we've seen some of the teams that they typically fight against kind of mosey on away. And now Olaf is going to go ahead and dive on in. It looks like him and VASForce have their sights set, and it's time to get into the fight.
And assuming Olaf can spot the enemy, a little bit of an awareness check there with big damage received from Olaf. That duo needs to try and adapt in the moment. VASForce finds one in the elimination feed. Olaf gets the confirm. But they will have to try and play things out as we will get a look back at this duo.
Now, here it is. Olaf and VASForce find another team to go after. They're hunting. They're looking for it, and they secure it. What can this team not do?
Olaf and VASForce continuing their assault on this lobby. Taktua losing Get Slayed for the time being. Will have to rotate away. This team has been heating up from earlier in the day to the point they are now. They're winning their mid-game engagements, but a little bit of a fault here in game number 6. Looking to try and clutch things up. The Nitro Ring will help if they were on the ground, but at least gliding through for the time being. Taktua will try and find themselves somewhere to hide or rotate away in Redline Rig. Taktua, 2 full Flowberry Fizzes in inventory, so a plentiful amount of opportunity to move away from this point of interest. And that duo, who seemed like they were in hot pursuit, been able to avoid that aggression for the time being. We'll just rotate back and move down this north side of the map. Zone will pull for them, so they don't have to go too far. Can wait as much time as they'd like to move back towards their drop spot to go recollect that reboot card, and then eventually make their way over to a reboot van to get Slayed back into this game. Not a single duo in sight on that mini map there in the bottom right corner, as game number 6, the lobby count is dropping extremely fast. For a lot of these players, they're viewing game number 6 as an opportunity to try and clutch up, right? They're looking at it as, we're in a bad spot on the leaderboard going into day number 2. We need to try and clutch up, because there's so many different factors to be considered going into a 2-day format. At the end of this day, everyone's going to look at the leaderboard and reassess their game plan. Decide, hey, is this point that we're landing at worth it for where we sit on the leaderboard right now? Do we need to get more aggressive? Do we need to land more central? Do we need more loot? Are we not getting enough rotation? As well as, hey, that team that was scared of us coming into today, maybe they're looking at us now and realizing we're not doing super well, and they might come and contest us going into day number 2. Maybe there's a team that has a massive point of interest. Maybe there's a team landing at Reckless Railways or some other point that has a ton of loot that isn't performing super well. Maybe that's a team worth contesting. There's a lot of things to be considered going into this, I guess, 3rd day of a 3-day format, from qualifiers to today to tomorrow being the 1.5x day 2 finals. There are changes that need to be made. Check it over to Sandy Steps, though, a fan favorite of this season. Bagwork Luke and Bagwork Sam. We've been seeing a lot of them throughout all 6 games so far in this competition. They found one duo, the full wipe on 2 eliminations. This duo securing Sandy Steps, the home of Clicks and Vino, one of the most popular duos on the planet this year. And plenty of loot over here as well. Void, Scissors taking a lot of pressure here with another team just in front of them. Alex Barnett leading the charge, while Astro just above. Scissors, Void, they're looking to try and use this Flowberry Fizz to rotate away. 2 different teams there on top of each other, all trying to fight for the Forecast Tower. Forecast Tower eliminating the AI. You can pick up the card, reveal future zones. A very valuable asset, but again, a lot of teams like to work that utility into their strategy, so they have to change the way they play. I miss Ramadan. Again, this top left corner, a lot of fighting for the little bit that's there. And I miss Ramadan has been heating up throughout this entire competition. Zach FN also finding their stride here in the back half of competition. Kind of forced to take a 1v2 here as I miss Ramadan lurking in the distance.
Man, long-winded, huh, Ben?
Oh, yeah.
You know, listen, I missed you guys. I felt like I was on vacation there. But no, listen, Ramadan's ready to get into the fight here. as he takes on some of our top teams. You see him up there in the distance. Can Ramadan do what it takes to take home the top spot? Let's listen in and see what he could do.
Astro trying to look down a million arc.
I thought you were about to start singing Travis Scott.
The
You go,
team
Astro.
I could have. That's copyright, though.
Shout out to the people that were able to pick up the new shoes today, by the way.
Oh, my. Don't even get me started.
I hope some of you all out there won it.
That's all you.
Oh, yeah. You know, I was one of the people that won it.
Yeah, that's convenient.
Just conveniently. But nevertheless, it looks like I didn't even realize shield bubbles were in, to be honest, because again, the tournament game mode changes from time to time, and so seeing some of these utility go in and out is pretty common practice in Fortnite.
Yeah, this being that tournament game mode, of course, we've seen Siphon in addition to things like shield bubble, Siphon on materials. So each elimination, you're getting 50 of each type of material. All of these play into the way these players are going to approach these fights, right? I mean, you can bail out, you can get that refresh, you can commit to engagements a little bit more when you have things like Siphon materials and Siphon HP in the game. Scissors now wanting to try and look to W key, Million Arc, and Astro, who are on this back foot. They tried to disengage, but this duo said, no, thank you. We want to make sure we get these points. We're going to end the day on a high note. They find the instant elimination on the Million Arc. Astro's now looking to try and expand almost a full piece on both sides. Scissors wasn't able to grab it, but the teammate definitely was.
Great shots there from them, and that's going to be exactly what they needed to keep this game alive. You see that they've used a ton of utility, and like we talked about before, they are a team that is very reliant on the refresh, and that's just another refresh in the book for them. But now we switch over to Beeman Z and OKKBF. Do you think it's OKKBF or like OKKBF, like best friend?
Yeah.
Or could it be the initials of somebody? KBF. Could be like a Kirsten Bernard Francis.
That's probably the most likely.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Luke here. Bagwork Luke. I love the matching usernames. Makes it easy to identify the teammate here as the Bagwork duo. Trying to get into their bag and lock in here for the last game of the day. Finish on a high note. 31 players remain, with this duo eliminating 3 of them up until this point. They'll continue to stack up those points, try and add to that tally. Today, for a lot of these teams, is just going to be a period of feeling things out, right? They want to try and understand what the pace of play is going to be in this lobby, how aggressive the players are, how stacked the end games are, and then tomorrow they can look at their game plan and readjust things to try and find a little bit more success.
You know what? If any team is going to be able to find an uber amount of success in this one, it's going to be Scissor and Void. Hence why they're in the first place spot going into this game. So definitely something to keep in mind as the game continues on. Looking around, though. Lots of people on either side. We need to be very careful how we approach these next few moments, especially for a team like Valk, who find themselves in Storm. You know what I always say about Storm. Don't be there.
Don't be there. Pretty straightforward solution. This 250 aim still seems to be pushing forward in this lobby. Void and Scissors, more straightforward approach as they are forcing these fights center zone. They will continue to try and push this duo down below. Big shots using that thermal scope. It's hard to escape when they know exactly where you are. Void now looking to try and control some of these pieces. Will connect on one headshot and the crack on the duo. It's going to be Monks on the back foot, stuck inside the box, but both players claim each wall at the same time to find the double elimination.
Just genuinely a beautiful onslaught of talent. And wow, wait, 250 aim is out. all up to the teammate there to hold it down. It's Striant B. That is actually, if you don't know, that is Saturn. For those that are familiar with the community here in VESL. Saturn going to go ahead and push onto Yaz. Yaz trying to hold on here. Saturn doing what he can to keep this fight alive. Now, though, he is going to go ahead and drop down. Actually, smart play because he has run out of materials, and this could be the end of the run for them.
Going to be looking for a big clutch up. Same thing here, though. The full armored wall base. Need to try and hold on to it. The teammates trying to break out the top of the duo. The simultaneous pickaxe and that gatekeeper shotgun. They were able to knock one, but not enough to find that duo. It's going to be Volk just on the other side. Saturn still trying to clutch up now, overbuilding to cover Yaz from getting shots on target. Assuming the card has already been collected, Saturn has a lot of opportunity here to dart back into the zone and find a reboot van with the Veil of Storm protecting them. Saturn also has a lot of barrels located inside of this building as well. An extra med kit. Set up really well here for some Storm plays.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's also another med kit. I saw it just briefly in that building back there too. So definitely a good play to just spend some time here in the Storm. But I'm curious. You see that he's opting to continue to move forward. He probably realizes that there's still players looming in the distance. So going for the reboot in that particular location probably wouldn't be as advantageous. So there it is. He is going to create some distance and find another reboot just a little bit further away. And, well, here we go. Maybe we have a battle after all, as this is the second place team currently going into Game 6.
Still a lot of opportunity here to try and clutch up. You can get that reboot off. That's great. But now you have to get them back in geared. VASForce and Olaf straight into a build fight. Max materials, 6 eliminations. Confident through and through now. They'll claim that double edit and a big shot there. That's just the difference, though. That gatekeeper would have hit a little bit harder, but there's one teammate down and out. OKK, BF. They'll look for the teammate. Now you've got Olaf trying to look for a little bit of piece control on the other side of this box. Both players looking for it, but VASForce, a big shot to claim their 8th elimination.
Here we go. Timber Boys. Hasn't really gotten a lot of the attention here on the broadcast, but now we're getting to give them a little bit of notice. If you could tell, did you look at the inventory? They're playing without a weapon.
You know,
I wonder if they're challenging themselves.
That's a strategy.
Yeah. Remember 72 hours and VESL back in the day?
Yeah.
World Cup days, qualify on to literally VESL was so good that he qualified to World Cup without any items, without any weapons. Nuts. Maybe we have the next VESL.
Maybe. One of the greatest minds of Fortnite history in VESL, but Olaf and VASForce. Once again, the same game plan over and over again. Rinse and repeat. This duo is a well-oiled machine. As they're pushing duo after duo. I think that team atop their own base saw that they were trying to push over and just decided, you know what, maybe not. They rotate away, but the other team who rotated through, now inside their own base, are caught in the middle of it. Kaislok, Marvel's Tokyo, forced to take this engagement. They have the high ground, and they've done the damage. Kind of leaves the ball in VASForce's and Olaf's court to decide if they want to still take the fight, and of course they are. So Kaislok now entering the build battle, wanting to try keep themselves up in that elevated position, but it's just not going to be worth it. This duo is a little bit too mechanical to keep up with for Kaislok, so dropping down, trying to play the box fight is going to be the best strategy.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough one as Marvel's Tokyo tries to get back involved. His teammate taking the brunt of the damage, but now he's falling victim to that same damage. VASForce, though, takes a little bit of damage as well. It has to play on the back foot for just a moment. Oh no, now immediately getting punished. He needs to back up. He does have the armored walls, and he's probably going to need to use them as Olaf is now officially down. This is not good looks here for him. He needs to box up, heal, and take this slow.
Vast Force left alone here. Kaisluk also knocks. It'll be a straight 1v1. Both of the knock duos down on the low ground. But Scissors dropping low. Or sorry, Vax Force dropping low. Finds the confirm and maybe the extra loot. Marvel's Tokyo trying to get straight into this box though. The cone is straight through. Vax Force not fast enough. Catch a flick on him. Marvel's Tokyo takes out one of the top front runners.
Wow. That is a devastating loss to the lobby as fourth place goes down, opening up some potential runs at the top 5. We'll have to wait and see if any of those teams can capitalize on such a massive team going down early here in the final game of the day. But Scissor and Void, of course, they're still in it. They've won 2 games on the day. They want to make it 3. Can they walk away winning half of day 1's games?
They've stayed consistent top to bottom. They already have 9 eliminations. I was going to say it's kind of a slow pace for them, but it's still incredible to be at that number of eliminations for a victory royale running game. But they're already at it at 6th zone. With 12 players left, they have plenty of opportunity to play this game out. This is where the dynamic will shift for most of these duos. With the lobby count dropping so fast and so many teams forcing these fights, you can get caught up and get lost in the sauce really easily. If you don't focus on these rotates and make sure you are where you need to be, you can easily get lost and held by the lobby and get sent back way too early.
Couldn't agree more. So we'll have to be careful how this game continues to play out. But 250 aim here. I love the play. That pistol, I'm telling you, it's the Monarch pistol. It is genuinely one of the more skill-driven weapons that have been added.
I love it.
But when it hits, man, it is disgusting. The damage this thing puts out is nuts. And if you're not trying to learn how to use it, you're putting yourself in a disservice.
I wish it was added earlier on in the chapter. I'm very glad it made an appearance at Global Championships this year, but I wish it had more time for players to really find out the full extent of the weapon, to figure out how valuable it actually is, because Globals took place so quickly this year as well. So not a lot of time to learn its full potential, but obviously 250 AIM has figured out that this is their weapon of choice, using it almost more frequently than they do their AR, and it's working out well. It really took 250 AIM from a team that didn't seem like they were in contention in games 1 and 2 to hitting crucial shots that put them straight to the top of the lobby as we entered the back half.
Yeah, listen, this is it here, folks. Zone 7 is when the things start to get interesting. The more it moves, the more challenging it becomes, as only 10 players remain on the island, and it looks like everybody's basically based up and ready to go, hoping to catch some unsuspecting players on rotation. Now, Scissor looking to be one of the ones capitalizing on this movement, and there it is. It looks like they got their sights set on Yaz and Valk. Shots coming through. Nothing quite connecting yet, but still some pressure nonetheless. Yaz, though, going to need to continue to build up. They're going to need to solidify a base if they're going to try to high ground push above them, and genuinely matching the same height as the other team is not the play. You need to go a little higher and then take the fight to them. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they have a ton of material to do that, so that's why it makes a little more sense in the way that they're handling the situation, though. But we continue moving forward. Here it is. Can they finish strong? That's the name of the game here as things start to wrap up and on the day. And honestly, I gotta say this before we fully wrap, this has been a solid day of Fortnite games, and I'm impressed with the North Carolina VESL community.
The showed out for this, then now let's show out for them. The last day of competition, or sorry, last game of competition today. Saturn and 250 AIM, they found one elimination onto Tokyo's teammate. They want to try and find the other before they move back up into this zone. Scissors and Void have solidified themselves a strong high ground position as we move into this next zone. It will reveal itself, and it pulls maximum distance, and that's the green light. Trash is good. on the front side of the zone. They want to try and move early. They're already trying to walk on over towards this next zone, which could cause problems for Void as they want to pop this fizz. They want to go ahead and jump off the high ground, but if a team's already set up, shots can be sent their way. Taking this right side, though. Trash is good. Stealing the high ground away. Those early rotates, key to their success here.
Yeah, it looks like we have to keep a close eye here as Trash is good. Looks for some more shots. Nice little angle here from the observers to see a full picture of what's happening in the moment. Void, of course, on the front of zone. That's what you expect from a team of this caliber. Understanding positioning and where you need to be at the right times is crucial to the success of your game, and clearly they're still ahead there as Trash is good as on the high ground, but teams like 250 AIM and Void are still alive in this one.
Trying to make their own late rotate, possibly scrounging for a refresh, and it looks like they're doing just that. Low HP, low mats. This duo needs something to try and bring themselves into contention to get that win condition. But 250 AIM now taking shots from the high ground, popping that last med kit in inventory. Only about 100 builds between the two of them. They have to try and make something out of nothing.
Here we go. It's the final moments, folks. 250 AIM and Strength B want to finish strong. They know they came into the game in second place. They know they want first place. Can they find the win? Here it is. Two teams, both with 2 wins on the day, both looking for their third, and still a question in the air if either of them will be able to get it. Now, though, Trash is good, getting the pressure down below. It looks like it's Void and Scissors falling victim to the high ground team doing what they do best. But if they cannot maintain the pressure, they can lose it quick.
Void and Scissors now still holding on to it. The Trash is good. Pressuring from the ultimate high ground. That mid-ground position is fully locked down for this duo, but is it the win condition they're looking for? Trash is good. The first opportunity of the day to try and finish on a victory royale, but Scissors, Void, forced down low. Maybe with the 2v2 against AIM, who is still using these armored walls to buy them as much time as possible. We're pulling through Doom's domain, through Castle Doom. They know exactly what they're doing. They're familiar with this POI. Will they be able to use that to the best of their ability to close out this game? That high ground in the full metal, too well supported. Scissors, Void, players straight into the box. It's Saturn and 250 AIM with the 2v1. Now it's forced. Saturn grabs as many materials he possibly can. It's only gonna be Siphon. So Ren's up on the high ground, pressuring down. Saturn to 250 AIM. So many mats just trying to burn wherever they can to give them a second to calm down and breathe.
Saturn and his teammate in 250 AIM can walk away with 3 wins on the day. That's half of the games walking in their favor. But there's a team in their way. It's Big Steppa and co. looking to keep the high ground. Can they keep the pressure on? It looks like 250 AIM and his teammate have lost on material. They don't have much to work with. It all comes down to the final resources, the final moments. Can they do something? They're gonna break out height. This could be huge. It does look like they knocked him down a little bit. They got one, but no, he goes down and 250 AIM is out. Big Steppa and Trash is good. Win the final game of the day.
Coming out of nowhere, making something out of nothing. This duo showed out in the last moment. They said, you know what? We might have not started the day strong, but we're definitely gonna finish strong.
I could not agree more. What an incredible finish to the first day of 6 games. Remember, 3-day event, first game of the finals, day 2 of the finals tomorrow, aka day 3. So keep that all in mind. Lots of information to take in and an incredible finish to the day. Clearly, I'm going to say this now. I think 250 AIM is still in second place. I'm going to be real. Because Void obviously survived in that one as well. So first and second, I think is pretty much secure where they're at. However, with Trash is good picking that one up, that could put them in contention for one of those top 5 spots. But it all comes down to tomorrow, folks. Tomorrow is where all of the action takes place. Do not forget, folks, we have incredible action tomorrow. 6 more games to go. Win bonus of $100 per game per winner. And 1.5 times points, right? But the action doesn't stop there. The action doesn't stop this weekend. We actually have tons of incredible events coming your way here at VESL. We have a incredible, unannounced, this is the first time it's being announced here, folks, TFT, a first of its kind TFT event happening here at VESL. Make sure you're signed up at the link. It is myvessel.org. Also, there's a not work register link that might be in the chat right now. Make sure you click on that link, get registered, get involved. It is an exciting opportunity and, of course, a great time to be a part of the VESL community. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Get involved and get signed up for everything like the VESL Yearly Cup, the TFT event, the Apex event, and many more coming your way. I cannot wait to break down more games with you, Ben. Final thoughts before we sign off.
It's just getting started. We got 6 more games tomorrow and so much more on the line. I just can't wait.
Until next time, folks, we'll take care of this community, but you take care of yourself. Thank you all for being a part of this incredible broadcast, and we'll see you tomorrow for the rest of the action.